I never liked elevators. There's something about the way they hum. Not quite mechanical, not quite organic. That always made me uneasy. But I took the job anyway. Night data analyst. Third floor. Carson Tower, downtown. Midnight to 8 a.m., 5 days a week. No co-workers. No sunlight. Just silence and screens. Perfect, they said. Ideal for someone like me. Quiet, methodical, no need for supervision. And for the first few weeks, it was. I'd arrive just before midnight, nod at the night guard, who rarely looked up from his phone, ride the elevator up to the third floor, and settle into my workstation. A narrow desk facing a dark window, twin monitors glowing with spreadsheets and anomaly reports. The tasks were repetitive but manageable. Scrub through company server logs, isolate data patterns, flag irregularities. At first, the silence was soothing. But silence, I've come to learn, has weight. It presses against you, slow and steady. At first you don't notice, but then you realize your ears are straining. Your breath is too loud. Your heartbeat is something you can hear. And then you start hearing other things. It started around the third week. Just after 2 a.m., I heard a sound, faint but distinct, down the hall. A soft, deliberate knock. Not at the door. On the wall. 3 knocks. Then nothing. I froze, fingers hovering above my keyboard. I told myself it was the pipes. The building's old. Maybe the heating system. And went back to work. But the next night, it happened again. 3 knocks. Then a pause. Then 2 more. It wasn't random. It wasn't plumbing. By the end of that week, I started recording the knocks. Each night, between 2:10 and 2:30 a.m., the pattern would return, a sequence of knocks growing more complex. I documented them in a spreadsheet, timestamp, duration, spacing. I even charted them, and that's when I saw it. The sequence wasn't just noise. It was following something, not just a rhythm, a structure. I cross-referenced the timing, the number of knocks, and I swear to God, it aligned with prime numbers. The first night was 3, then 2, then 5, then 7, then 11. Each knock was a beat, each silence a space. It felt like Morse code from something that didn't use words. On the 8th night, I brought my own microphone, a condenser mic I used back when I thought I'd make music. I plugged it into my laptop and started recording. At 2:17 a.m., it began again. 7 knocks, perfectly spaced. But this time, the knocks didn't come from the wall. They came from inside the office. I stood up so fast my chair tipped over behind me. My hands were shaking. I walked slowly toward the far end of the room. The overhead lights buzzed above me, faint and sickly yellow. No one was there, just rows of cubicles, silent, empty. I turned back toward my desk and stopped. The knocks came again. 3 short, 2 long, 1 short. Like someone was trying to get my attention. I whispered, "Hello." Nothing. The air felt thick, like breathing through cotton. My skin was damp. I sat down, reviewed the audio. The waveform showed nothing. No spikes, no input. But when I played it back, I heard it faint but real. The knocks. And something else. A voice. It wasn't clear. It was buried under static, distant, like it came from the bottom of a well. But it said something. 3 words. "Are you listening?" I stopped breathing. My hand hovered over the trackpad, paralyzed. I played it again. "Are you listening?" It wasn't my voice. It wasn't any voice I recognized. I looked around the office, heart pounding in my throat. Then the lights flickered. Just once. When they came back on, my monitors had gone dark, both screens. And then, slowly, The left one lit up. A new window had opened. Not one I'd opened, just a black screen with white text. It said, "We've started with you." The message stayed on the screen for 8 seconds. Then it vanished. No key press, no mouse movement, just gone. I sat frozen, waiting for the monitors to return to normal. One did, flickered back to the spreadsheet I'd been working on. The other remained black. I rebooted. Nothing changed. That night, I walked out of the building at 3 a.m., leaving everything, my mic, my drive, even my bag. My footsteps echoed in the stairwell like someone was trailing one pace behind. The security guard didn't look up as I passed. He never did. When I got home, I locked every door and double-checked the windows. I told myself it was stress, sleep deprivation, a glitch, but I knew better, because when I plugged in my personal laptop, the message was there too. The same white text, blinking softly at the center of a black screen. "We've started with you." The next day, I stayed in bed. I didn't call in. I didn't care. I slept with the lights on and the blinds shut tight. My dreams were jumbled. Something about dark corridors, distant knocking, and eyes that blinked from behind the drywall. I woke up around 8 p.m. My inbox had one message. No sender, no subject, just one line in the body. "We're still knocking. You're still listening." I deleted the email, emptied the trash, turned off the internet. But that night, I still heard them. Not from a wall, not from the floor. From inside the apartment. Knocks. For sets. 3 knocks. 5, 7, 11. It was continuing. Prime numbers again. Growing louder. I pressed my ear against the wall, nothing. Laid flat on the floor, silence. Stood under the ceiling vent, nothing. But when I stood still, really still, and just listened, the knocks returned. And I realized something. They weren't just sounds. They were coordinates. I started mapping them again, using chalk on my apartment walls, just like I did with spreadsheets at work. Each time I heard a knock, I triangulated the angle and drew a mark. After a few nights, a pattern began to emerge, a strange, star-shaped configuration that resembled a sigil or glyph, carved invisibly into the space around me. I stopped sleeping. My food spoiled in the fridge. I didn't notice. I hadn't eaten in 2 days. Then the lights began to dim. Not all at once, just slightly. The hallway light bulb outside my apartment flickered with no provocation. The microwave clock reset itself to 3:17 a.m. every day. Always 3:17 a.m. It was the time I'd first heard the voice. I went back to the office the next night. I had to know. The guard didn't say a word, but as I passed, I noticed something. He was wearing earplugs. Why? Why the hell was he wearing earplugs on the night shift? I almost asked. But he looked at me, really looked at me for the first time, and there was fear in his eyes. That told me more than words ever could. Back at my desk, everything was exactly as I'd left it. The mic, the spreadsheet, the dark monitor. But now there was something new. A post-it note on my keyboard. It was blank, until I breathed on it. Then, slowly, like invisible ink under steam, a message appeared. "They're not knocking to come in. They're knocking to see who answers." That I started seeing myself in mirrors. But not exactly. The first time it happened, I was in the break room. It was 2:49 a.m. And I remember because I'd been watching the clock obsessively ever since the knocking began again, this time with 13 taps. I went to wash my face. The sink had a narrow mirror above it, cheap, cracked along the edge, warped like a funhouse pane. But that night it was different. When I leaned over to splash water on my face, I saw a flicker of motion in the glass. Not mine. It was my face, sure, but the eyes didn't blink when I blinked. The left corner of the mouth twitched in a half-smile I wasn't making. I froze, staring, and my reflection slowly tilted its head the opposite direction of mine, as if listening to something behind me. I turned around. Nothing. When I looked back, my reflection was normal. Almost. Except the water on his face kept dripping. But mine had already dried. After that night, the mirror things got worse. I stopped trusting any reflective surface. My phone screen, elevator walls, even puddles on the sidewalk during the walk home. Every now and then, something moved in sync, but not quite. Sometimes faster, sometimes slower, sometimes not at all. I tried to record the knocking again. This time, I used an old field recorder, analog, battery-powered, no Wi-Fi, no digital nonsense. When I played it back the next day, the audio wasn't just knocks anymore. There were breaths, shallow, staggered, almost like panting. Then came words, but not spoken aloud, whispered through teeth. A different voice than before. It said, "He watches through the wrong side. Stop reflecting. He likes what you think you're hiding." I threw the recorder into the trash, taped the bin shut, left it in the alley 2 blocks away. It was back on my desk the next day, still warm, still ticking. I started dreaming of hallways, endless ones. Each door I opened led to another hall, and at the end of every one was a mirror, and behind every mirror, something watching. I'd wake up gasping, drenched in sweat, my body twisted like I'd been wrestling something in my sleep. One night I left my bedroom light on. I still woke in the dark. My alarm clock blinking 3:17. Always 3:17. Then the static began. Not in devices, in my ears. A low, grating hum, like an old television left on an empty channel. I'd cover my ears, nothing. Put on headphones, louder. Sleep with white noise. It would echo underneath. Sometimes it whispered things, and sometimes I understood them. Not in English, not in any language I know, but I understood. Like hearing meaning with your skin. It always left me shivering. Always. At the office, I started noticing changes. The corridor outside my department got longer. I measured it. 2 weeks ago. 28 steps from the elevator to my desk. Now, 39. Always. No matter how I walked it. I tried walking backwards. Same. I closed my eyes. Still 39. But sometimes, around step 21, I'd feel like someone walked through me. A brief drop in temperature. A smell like copper. And a feeling in my stomach like I'd just missed a step on a staircase that wasn't there. Then came the Polaroids. They started appearing in my locker. Old yellowed photos. Black and white shots of the office hallway. My desk. My apartment door. All taken from slightly elevated angles, like someone standing over me. In every photo I was there, except my eyes were always blacked out. Scribbled over in pen, sometimes torn, one time burned out, that one smelled of ash and mold. I took them to the night guard, asked if he knew who was leaving them. He looked at me too long, too carefully, then said, "No one's opened that locker in years." When I opened it the next night, the Polaroids were gone, replaced by a single envelope. Inside was a mirror shard, and scrawled in marker, "You're on the wrong side. Come through." I'm starting to think I never really left the hallway that first night. The long one. The one that shouldn't exist. Maybe I'm still in it. Maybe I never got out. The air felt denser every night I returned to the office. It wasn't temperature or humidity. It was the kind of heaviness you feel before a thunderstorm. Static rising in your skin. A hum just below perception, like the atmosphere itself was charged with expectation. I stopped using the elevator. I didn't trust it anymore. It groaned too loudly between floors, like something was pressing against it from the inside. One night, I swore I heard breathing behind the panel. Not mechanical whirring, real ragged, human breathing, the kind that came from exertion or panic. So I took the stairs, all 34 floors. But the stairs had their own rules. Sometimes I counted 33, sometimes 35. Sometimes it didn't matter how many steps I took. I ended up on the wrong floor. Once, I opened the fire door expecting my office hallway, and instead found a narrow corridor lined with mirrors on both sides. None of them reflected me. I didn't walk through. I closed the door. Later, when I checked, the hallway was gone. The door led to the janitor's supply closet. I stopped checking after that. One night around 2 a.m., the power flickered. Only for a moment, but long enough for the hallway to go completely black. I waited by my desk, frozen in the glow of my emergency desk lamp. And then I heard footsteps again. Not the knocking, these were footsteps. Barefoot, slow, wet, like someone walking across tile with blood on their soles. I should have run, should have hidden, but I just sat there jaw locked, hands gripping the edge of the desk until my knuckles turned white. The steps stopped just outside the office. The doorknob twisted. I don't remember grabbing the letter opener, but I had it in my hand, clenched tight when the door swung open. No one was there, but the floor was wet, red, still glistening. I didn't move. I couldn't. Then the door, still wide open, began to slowly swing shut on its own. Not a draft, not mechanical. It moved like it had weight, like something unseen was holding it. I slammed it shut, locked it, and backed away, still holding the letter opener like it would matter. That was the first night I heard the voice again. Not through headphones, not through static. Directly, audibly, it whispered, "You're being remembered." The next morning, I checked myself in the bathroom mirror. I looked like I'd aged 5 years in one night. The circles under my eyes had gone a sickly gray. My lips were pale. And behind me, just for a split second, I saw a figure. Not in the room, in the mirror. It wore my clothes, my face, but not my expression. It was smiling. I stopped checking the mirror after that. I shaved by feel, brushed my teeth without looking up. At night, I draped towels over every reflective surface in my apartment. My TV, my phone screen, even the windows when it rained. But they always found a way back in. One morning, I woke up and my bathroom mirror was uncovered. My towel was on the floor. A word had been scrawled into the fog on the glass, as if written by a fingertip from the other side. Listen. That same day, my phone glitched. Just once. The screen turned black, then white, then black again, for less than a second. But in that flicker, I saw something. A corridor. No, the corridor. The one from the hallway model. The one I thought I'd sealed. It was longer now, and something was standing at the far end, facing me. Still, I tried to destroy the spreadsheet. The original one. The one I'd built to track the knocks. I deleted it, overwrote it, shredded the drive with the low-level format utility. But the next time I turned on my computer, the file was there. Not just restored, updated, with timestamps I didn't enter, entries I never logged, sequences that hadn't happened yet, a countdown. The next knock would be in 144 minutes, 34 steps. I watched the clock, and at the exact second it predicted, the footsteps came. I heard all 34, from the hallway, from the wall, from under the floor. They echoed through the building like it had become a giant speaker. And this time, they didn't stop. They didn't fade that I didn't sleep for the next 2 nights. It wasn't the fear. Not just that. It was the sounds. They didn't stop anymore. There were no longer intervals. No pattern to chart. The knocks had become constant. But not loud, no. They were quieter now. Like a heartbeat heard through a pillow. Persistent. Inescapable. And sometimes they were inside the pillow. I tore mine open at 3:14 a.m. Feathers exploded into the air. I almost laughed at the absurdity, until I saw that the stuffing inside wasn't just feathers. There was something else. A tightly folded piece of aged, yellowing paper. Shaking, I unfolded it. The writing was in my handwriting, except I had never written it. We are not echoes. We are not errors. We are the original version. This side is the draft. There was something smeared across the bottom. Ink. Or blood. I couldn't tell which. On the 4th night, I didn't go to work. I tried to sleep. Convinced myself I'd leave the apartment in the morning. Maybe drive to a cabin upstate. Leave all of it behind. But when I opened my front door, the hallway wasn't there. It was the office hallway. Same emergency lights. Same flickering tubes. Same impossible length. I slammed the door. Tried the fire escape. It led to the same place. No matter where I turned, every threshold, every window, every mirror, every exit led back to Carson Tower. Back to the corridor. Back to them. I sat on the floor, knees pulled to my chest, counting the knocks in my head, matching the tempo. My heart synced to it. The beat, the rhythm. Knock, knock. Pause, knock, knock, knock. When I finally dozed off, I had a dream. Or maybe it wasn't a dream. I was lying on the office floor, but the floor was glass. Underneath was another office. Identical, but in reverse. Mirrored. And lying directly beneath me was me. Only his eyes were open, and he was smiling. The next day, the phone rang. I hadn't heard it ring in a week. I hadn't used it. Didn't think it even had power. But it rang anyway. An old rotary phone. Black plastic. Something I'd picked up from a thrift store, mostly for aesthetic. I'd never connected it to anything. It rang 3 times. I didn't answer. Then it rang again. And again. Until I picked up. No voice on the other end. Just breathing. Then a whisper. Almost too faint to hear. You left the wrong one behind. Click. The line went dead. I started noticing overlapping memories. Flickers. Out of order sequences. I'd remember brushing my teeth. Then realize my toothbrush was dry. I'd recall sending emails from my apartment, only to find they were time-stamped from the office IP. Photos on my phone began to change. Subtle at first, angle shifts, lighting changes. But then people started vanishing from them. Friends, co-workers, my own reflection in group photos gone. Just an empty space where I should have been. The others smiling like I was never there. And one photo, one I know I never took, showed me standing in front of Carson Tower. Only it wasn't me. Not exactly. He was wearing my clothes. My face. But his smile was too wide. Too full of teeth. And his eyes were completely black. I made an appointment with a psychiatrist. It felt foolish. What was I going to say? That the building was bleeding into reality? That I couldn't open my fridge without finding photocopied warnings? That my reflection had better posture than me? But I went anyway. Her office was in a medical complex across town. Neutral lighting, pleasant jazz humming in the background, everything designed to soothe. Until I sat down and saw the painting behind her. It was abstract, black strokes over a pale canvas, streaks like ink bleeding in water. But the shape, it was the corridor, the same angle, same vanishing point, I knew that shape too well. My body reacted before my mind did. My palms went slick with sweat. My throat closed. I stood up and backed away from the wall. Dr. Halvorsen asked if I was okay. I just stared at the painting and whispered, "Where did you get that?" She frowned. "It's been in my family for years." I nodded, thanked her, and left. I never went back. That night, my dream self spoke to me. Not in words, in vibration. We were standing across from one another in a mirrored corridor. His skin was slightly off-tone, as if printed with low ink. He opened his mouth and sound poured out, not speech, but static shaped like syllables, like meaning encoded in white noise. I didn't understand it, but I felt it. My ears rang for hours after waking. Blood dribbled from my left nostril. I cleaned it off in silence. My movements were slower now, like something was dragging behind my ribs. Something heavy, something watching from within. I blacked out for the first time 2 days later. I woke up on the 17th floor of the tower, the stairwell door wide open, my hands covered in what looked like ink, or maybe mold, and written on the wall, in a language I couldn't read, was a message, etched deep into the plaster, jagged, haphazard, manic. When I blinked, the text was gone. I wiped my hands on my pants. Black stains remained. The janitor found me that night. Not the janitor. Not someone I recognized. He was wearing the uniform, pushing a cart, but something about him was off. His name tag had no name. His shoes were mismatched. He was whistling a tune that made my stomach knot. A melody I knew, one I'd heard in dreams. He stopped by my desk and leaned on his mop. "You ever wonder," he said, "why some hallways feel longer going one way than the other?" I stared at him. He smiled, but his teeth didn't match. Some were sharp, too sharp, because it's not the hallway that's changing, he said. It's you. Then he walked off. I watched him turn the corner. He didn't cast a shadow. They got closer that I didn't sleep for the next 2 nights. It wasn't the fear. Not just that. It was the sounds. They didn't stop anymore. There were no longer intervals. No pattern to chart. The knocks had become constant. But not loud, no. They were quieter now. Like a heartbeat heard through a pillow. Persistent. Inescapable. And sometimes they were inside the pillow. I tore mine open at 3:14 a.m. Feathers exploded into the air. I almost laughed at the absurdity, until I saw that the stuffing inside wasn't just feathers. There was something else, a tightly folded piece of aged, yellowing paper. Shaking, I unfolded it. The writing was in my handwriting, except I had never written it. We are not echoes. We are not errors. We are the original version. This side is the draft. There was something smeared across the bottom. Ink. Or blood. I couldn't tell which. On the 4th night, I didn't go to work. I tried to sleep. Convinced myself I'd leave the apartment in the morning. Maybe drive to a cabin upstate. Leave all of it behind. But when I opened my front door, the hallway wasn't there. It was the office hallway. Same emergency lights. Same flickering tubes. Same impossible length. I slammed the door. Tried the fire escape. It led to the same place. No matter where I turned, every threshold, every window, every mirror, every exit led back to Carson Tower. Back to the corridor. Back to them. I sat on the floor, knees pulled to my chest, counting the knocks in my head, matching the tempo. My heart sank to it. The beat, the rhythm. Knock, knock, pause, knock, knock, knock. When I finally dozed off, I had a dream. Or maybe it wasn't a dream. I was lying on the office floor, but the floor was glass. Underneath was another office. Identical, but in reverse. Mirrored. and lying directly beneath me was me. Only his eyes were open, and he was smiling. The next day, the phone rang. I hadn't heard it ring in a week. I hadn't used it, didn't think it even had power, but it rang anyway. An old rotary phone, black plastic, something I had picked up from a thrift store, mostly for aesthetic. I'd never connected it to anything. It rang 3 times. I didn't answer. Then it rang again, and again, until I picked up. No voice on the other end, just breathing. Then a whisper, almost too faint to hear. You left the wrong one behind. Click. The line went dead. I started noticing overlapping memories. Flickers. Out of order sequences. I'd remember brushing my teeth, then realize my toothbrush was dry. I'd recall sending emails from my apartment, only to find they were time-stamped from the office IP. Photos on my phone began to change. Subtle at first, angle shifts, lighting changes. But then people started vanishing from them. Friends, co-workers, my own reflection in group photos gone. Just an empty space where I should have been. The others smiling like I was never there. And one photo, one I know I never took, showed me standing in front of Carson Tower. Only it wasn't me. Not exactly. He was wearing my clothes, my face, but his smile was too wide, too full of teeth, and his eyes were completely black. I made an appointment with a psychiatrist. It felt foolish. What was I going to say? That the building was bleeding into reality? That I couldn't open my fridge without finding photocopied warnings? That my reflection had better posture than me? But I went anyway. Her office was in a medical complex across town. Neutral lighting, pleasant jazz humming in the background, everything designed to soothe, until I sat down and saw the painting behind her. It was abstract, black strokes over a pale canvas, streaks like ink bleeding in water. But the shape, it was the corridor, the same angle, same vanishing point. I knew that shape too well. My body reacted before my mind did. My palms went slick with sweat. My throat closed. I stood up and backed away from the wall. Dr. Halvorsen asked if I was okay. I just stared at the painting and whispered, "Where did you get that?" She frowned. "It's been in my family for years." I nodded, thanked her, and left. I never went back. That night, my dream self spoke to me. Not in words, in vibration. We were standing across from one another in a mirrored corridor. His skin was slightly off-tone, as if printed with low ink. He opened his mouth and sound poured out, not speech, but static shaped like syllables, like meaning encoded in white noise. I didn't understand it, but I felt it. My ears rang for hours after waking. Blood dribbled from my left nostril. I cleaned it off in silence. My movements were slower now, like something was dragging behind my ribs. Something heavy, something watching from within. I blacked out for the first time 2 days later. I woke up on the 17th floor of the tower, the stairwell door wide open, my hands covered in what looked like ink, or maybe mold, and written on the wall, in a language I couldn't read, was a message, etched deep into the plaster, jagged, haphazard, manic. When I blinked, the text was gone. I wiped my hands on my pants. Black stains remained. The janitor found me that night. Not the janitor. Not someone I recognized. He was wearing the uniform, pushing a cart, but something about him was off. His name tag had no name. His shoes were mismatched. He was whistling a tune that made my stomach knot, a melody I knew, one I'd heard in dreams. He stopped by my desk and leaned on his mop. "You ever wonder," he said, "why some hallways feel longer going one way than the other?" I stared at him. He smiled, but his teeth didn't match. Some were sharp, Too sharp, because it's not the hallway that's changing, he said. It's you. Then he walked off. I watched him turn the corner. He didn't cast a shadow. I stopped trusting clocks. They started going backwards. Not all the time. Just when I wasn't looking. I glance at the wall. 3:17 a.m. Look away. Then back. 2:44 a.m. One night, I set my phone to record itself. Front camera, desk view, full battery. When I checked the footage the next morning, I wasn't in it. Not even once. 8 hours of static silence and a motionless frame. But something did move. At 2:03 a.m., a wet footprint appeared at the edge of the frame. Then another. A trail leading toward the desk. Nothing stepped into frame, but the sound picked it up. A long, slow inhale. Then my voice, distorted, as if underwater. Why did you answer? I don't remember saying it. I don't remember dreaming, but the voice on the recording whispered it again and again, until the last frame, when the image distorted completely, and a face began to form in the noise. Her face. I don't know how I know it was a her. She never speaks. Not in the usual way. Not with a mouth. Her presence is heavy, saturated, like drowning in breath you didn't take. The first time I saw her, really saw her, was in the bathtub. I hadn't intended to bathe. I was washing my hands, but the tub drain gurgled. Once, twice, then a burst of dark water spilled up from it. Thick, sludgy. It smelled like mildew and iron, and in that water, a glimpse of her hair, black, soaking, strands clinging together in cords, floating unnaturally as if in slow motion. I turned the lights off, then back on. The water was gone. The tub was dry, but the mirror behind me was fogged. A handprint was on the glass, too long, too narrow, smudged upward, as if someone had pressed it while rising from inside the mirror. That night, the phone rang again. Not the cell, the rotary one. I'd unplugged it days ago. It still rang. 7 times. I answered on the 8th. This time I heard breathing. Soft, wet, like someone just emerged from water. Then a click. Not a hang-up. A VHS tape starting. I don't even own a player, but I heard the unmistakable mechanical whirring, followed by static. Then her voice, whispering through 1,000 layers of analog decay. You watched too long. Now I'll be watching you. After that, things escalated. The lights in my apartment began to flicker in sequences. Not random. I started tracking them. Morse code? No. Binary? No. Then I realized they were forming images. Quick bursts. 1/10 of a second at a time. Frames. Like a movie. I recorded them. Spliced them together using editing software. Slowed them down. It was footage of my apartment, but not from my angle. From above. Someone watching from the ceiling. And in the final 5 frames, my sleeping body in bed. Then her, standing beside it. Then closer. Then hovering over me. Then eyes open. Mine, staring directly at the camera. But I don't remember waking. And I don't remember ever sleeping. I unplugged everything. All screens. All cameras. Smashed my laptop. Took the battery out of my phone. But the images kept coming. On the wall. On the floor tiles. Reflected in puddles in the street. I saw her face in a broken light bulb once. Reflected perfectly in the filament. When I blinked, she blinked too. But upside down. One morning I found nails in my shoes. Not like someone placed them there. Like they'd grown there. Rusty, curled, sharp. Sprouting up from the insoles like roots. I bled the whole walk down the hall. But the blood wasn't red. It was black. Thick like ink. staining the floor tiles as I limped. When I turned around, the stains were gone, but the pain stayed. The janitor stopped showing up, the one with the whistling, the one with the wrong teeth. Instead, the mirror version of me started cleaning. I'd catch him at the edge of reflective surfaces, polishing windows, vacuuming hallways, always smiling. But only when I wasn't looking directly at him. If I stared into the glass, nothing. But the moment I turned away, movement. One time, I watched the mirror while I sat still. He reached out of the reflection and moved something in my world. My keys. Shifted them 2 inches to the left. I felt it, heard it, but when I looked down, they were back. Now I sleep in the bathtub. It's the only place that doesn't echo. I cover the mirror. I close the drain. I block out every light. But she still comes. Not every night. Only when I start to forget her. And I've started to notice something else, more terrifying than her face. The knocking. It's not coming from a hallway anymore. It's coming from inside the drain. I don't think I live in the real version of my apartment anymore. Some things are off. Subtle at first, like the tiles in the kitchen changing color overnight, or the hallway being a few inches longer than it used to be. Then it got worse. One night, I looked outside and saw the moon, but it wasn't in the sky. It was reflected in the living room window, even though the blinds were shut. And it wasn't white. It was black, pulsing, like a pupil dilating, watching me. When I opened the blinds, there was nothing outside, just a brick wall, inches from the glass, covered in condensation and faint handprints. I tried to call someone, anyone. My phone wouldn't connect. Every contact had been replaced with one word, reflection. I dialed anyway. It rang once. Then I heard myself on the other end. He's in here now. He's looking through your eyes. I threw the phone into the bathtub. It still kept ringing. At 3:17 a.m. that night, the television turned itself on. I had unplugged it days before. The screen was static. Then, frame by frame, it began showing my apartment from a wide angle, like security footage. I watched as I entered the frame, sat down, turned my head, looked directly at the screen. The me inside the TV smiled, then stood up, walked to the edge of the screen, and began to crawl out. Not fast, not sudden, slow, unnatural, like every joint was bending the wrong way. I smashed the screen before he reached the edge. The apartment went silent, but the shadow on the wall didn't move with me. It stayed standing when I crouched. I started hearing bones cracking behind the walls, sometimes from above, sometimes from under the floor, not with creaking bone, like wrists rotating, necks twisting, and always in rhythm with the knocks, which now happened every 11 minutes, always in prime numbers, always getting closer. My name began to disappear, first from mail, then from old documents. My ID still showed my face, but under name, it was just blank. One morning, I woke to find all the photographs on my walls altered. Every picture of me had been crossed out, thin black lines, like someone used a fountain pen dipped in tar. Even baby photos, even ultrasound prints. Every version of me was gone. That afternoon, I left the building, walked 4 blocks, bought coffee, sat in the park. Everything looked normal, until a child tugged on her mother's sleeve and pointed at me. "Mommy," she said, "why does that man have 2 shadows?" The next day, I checked myself in the mirror. I'd been avoiding it for weeks, but I had to know. At first, it looked normal. Then I leaned in, and my reflection blinked before I did. It didn't match my expressions anymore. It began mouthing something silently, a phrase, again and again, I wrote it down. You already died here. I found a tape recorder at work, an old microcassette left in the break room drawer. Curious, I pressed play. Static, breathing, a wet rustling sound, then a voice. Mine, but not recent. If you're hearing this, I couldn't stop him. He comes through the drain. He copies you. Every 317, one version of you dies. He takes the place. Don't trust mirrors. Don't answer phones. If you see him in your bed, burn it. The tape cut off. I never recorded it, but the handwriting on the label was mine, and the date was from 3 weeks in the future. One night, the hallway outside my apartment was different. The walls were covered in plastic sheeting, like a crime scene. Footsteps echoed at the end, slow, dragging irregular. One fast, one slow, like someone crawling with one broken leg. I backed into the room, closed the door, then turned and found myself standing in the kitchen. Only this version had no face, just skin pulled tight, no features, just a stretched blank canvas of flesh where eyes and a mouth should have been. It tilted its head. I ran into the bathroom, locked the door, but inside the mirror, he was already waiting. I now live in a 317 loop. The clock never moves past it. I try to escape, to sleep through it, to leave, but it resets. One day, I wrote a message to myself on the wall in marker. If you're still, you run. When I woke, the message had changed. Now it read, if you're reading this, he's already inside. The marker was still warm. People in the building have begun to notice. They avoid my door. Someone scrawled 13C is not safe on the stairwell wall in chalk. Another tenant, a man on the 7th floor, was found staring into his microwave for 13 hours. When paramedics arrived, he whispered, I saw myself chew the wrong direction. I've sealed the bathroom drain. I've smashed every mirror. I sleep in shifts. I never look at myself too long, but I can still hear him crawling. Inside the walls, inside the pipes, inside me. Every 317, he gets closer. And last night, he whispered something new. Only one of us can wake up. I was watching myself sleep again. Not through a mirror, not through a screen, but directly. I stood in the doorway of my own bedroom and saw my body lying on the bed, chest rising and falling gently, peaceful, too peaceful, like a mannequin pretending to breathe. The worst part, I wasn't dreaming. I knew it because I could smell the sour mold in the air, feel the roughness of the floor under my feet, hear the whispering beneath the floorboards, that soft scraping sound like wet fingernails dragged across linoleum. Then the thing in the bed blinked, and I realized it wasn't asleep. It was waiting, waiting for me to come closer. Earlier that day, I found something behind the fridge. It had started humming louder than usual. I moved it to check if there was something wrong with the wall socket. There was. A hole, about the size of a dinner plate, perfectly round. The space beyond was pure black. When I held my phone flashlight up to it, the beam didn't penetrate. It was like shining light into ink. I thought I saw something glint, so I reached in. My hand disappeared past the wrist, then the elbow. Then I touched something, cold, rubbery, breathing. I yanked my hand back. Nothing followed me, but for the rest of the day, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had entered with me. Something slow, something deliberate, something that moved only when I wasn't looking. Later, I checked the bathroom cabinet. It was empty, which was strange, because I distinctly remember keeping sleeping pills in there, and bandages, and cotton swabs. But now it was just dark space. When I leaned in, I realized it was deeper than it should be. Much deeper. Farther than the back wall of the cabinet. It extended backward, infinitely, like someone had removed the back of the medicine cabinet and replaced it with a tunnel. Something moved inside. A flicker. Hair. I shut it, but before it clicked shut, I heard a voice whisper from the darkness. This is your body. I once tried to call 911. I don't even remember what the emergency was. Probably the voices, or the photos rearranging themselves at night, or the fact that I found a VHS tape in my toaster. But when I dialed, a voice answered. Familiar, detached, tired. It was my voice. There's no one coming, it said. There never was. Then static, and then laughter. Not loud, not cruel, just understanding, like I had finally caught up to the joke. That night, I tried something different. I set up 4 cameras, one in the hallway, one in the bedroom, one in the bathroom, and one pointing at the mirror in the living room, all recording simultaneously, all powered by external batteries. I left them running while I slept, or tried to. I dreamed I was standing in a long, dark hallway, the same hallway that connects the office to the emergency stairwell, but it stretched on forever, and the floor was submerged ankle deep in black water. Something was crawling through the water, toward me, not swimming, crawling, its joints cracked with every motion. I tried to turn, but the hallway bent behind me, like the building had been twisted into a Mobius strip. I was back where I started. When I woke up, it was 3:17 a.m. All 4 cameras had stopped at exactly 3 hours and 17 minutes. No power failure. Batteries full. Just stopped. I reviewed the footage. Each one showed the same thing. Me sleeping in bed. Then, something flickers across the frame. Not in the camera's field of view. In the lens itself. Like the recording was being overwritten from inside the device. Then silence. Until the final frame. Each video ended with a shot of the bedroom. But it wasn't from the camera's perspective anymore. It was from my eyes. Staring down at myself. The next day, I noticed a new door in my apartment, between the bathroom and the kitchen. A door that wasn't there yesterday. It had no handle, no keyhole, just a frame, and something scratched into the wood. At first I thought it was a crack, but when I traced it with my finger, I realized it was writing. Backwards. I used my phone camera to flip it. It read, "You slept through the warning." I began leaving messages for myself. Not in journals, those could be rewritten. Not on devices, they could be corrupted. I started carving words into walls, into the underside of furniture, into the back of mirrors, into my skin. My forearms became a running log. Sometimes I'd wake up with new ones I didn't remember writing. One morning I found, "Don't turn on the shower." I ignored it. I needed to feel clean. I hadn't washed in 3 days. The apartment smelled like wet metal and electricity. So I turned the knob. At first, only air hissed out. Then the water came. Then hair, long soaked, black strands slithering from a nozzle like worms. They coiled in the basin, crawled toward my feet. I screamed, slammed the glass door shut. Water sprayed the ceiling. When I opened the door again, the hair was gone, but the smell remained. It smelled like something had died inside the pipes. And then something whispered from the drain. Again my name. Except it wasn't my name. It was his. I don't know what day it is anymore. The calendar on the fridge shows a date that hasn't arrived yet. The clock resets to 3:17 every time I look away. I once stayed perfectly still on the couch for hours, staring at the digital numbers, refusing to blink. It still changed. Backwards. And then it read, inverted. I don't even know how that's possible, but I swear it was there, then gone. I opened my closet to get a jacket and found it full of coats I didn't own. Not just a few dozens, all identical, long black coats, damp, smelling like old river water. Each one had something in the pockets, a mirror shard, a tooth, a small ruined cassette tape. One had a note pinned to the inside. "You've been wearing me." Another had a photograph, a still image of me standing at the window, staring down from the 34th floor. But in the photo, my reflection was turned around, smiling at the camera. I keep hearing someone whispering behind my fridge. The words aren't always the same. Sometimes it's static, like 1,000 cassette tapes crumpled together. Sometimes it's numbers, sometimes sobbing, sometimes laughing. But every time I get close, it stops. Once, I left my voice recorder on overnight. The next morning, I played it back. It captured 11 hours of silence. Then the whisper came, clear, close, as though directly beside the microphone. "He's in your teeth now." I ran to the bathroom mirror and opened my mouth. At first everything looked normal, but then I noticed the molars in the back. They weren't mine. They were older, too flat, the wrong shape. I forced one loose with tweezers and pulled it out. It wasn't a tooth. It was a tiny key that I used to key. Not because I knew what it opened. I just knew I had to. I went to every drawer, every lockable cabinet. Nothing matched. Until I tried the hole in the bedroom wall. It wasn't a lock per se. It was flesh. The plastic gave way like old bread, and I pushed the key inside. There was a sound like air escaping a coffin. Then the wall opened. Behind it was not a room, not even space, just film. Hundreds of strips of black and white film, suspended in a narrow cavity like curtains. I pulled one out, held it to the light. It showed me walking down the hallway, over and over. Same motion, same hesitation, but the background kept changing. First it was my building, then a hospital, then a decaying house, then water, then pure white, and in the last few frames, I was not alone. Someone walked just behind me, out of focus. Their face was mine, but the mouth was wrong, stretched too wide, cut into the cheeks, and smiling like it had been doing so for years. I tried burning the film. It screamed, not loudly, not human, not even animal. It screamed like a language breaking. I woke up the next morning with burns on my fingertips, but the film was still intact, hung perfectly in the wall, fluttering slightly, even with no air. That day, the world outside changed again. I looked out the window and saw a version of the city I didn't recognize. Fewer buildings, older cars, no people. The streetlights flickered red, even though it was broad daylight. And across the street, in the window of a building I swear has never existed before, someone stood staring back, wearing my face, holding a phone to their ear. I heard my own phone ring. I didn't answer the phone. I let it ring, but the sound didn't stop. Even after the phone stopped vibrating, the ringing continued from behind the walls, from under the bed, from the drain. I followed the sound into the kitchen, opened the sink cupboard. A phone was ringing inside, but not mine. An old rotary phone, black and scratched and dusted in mildew. I picked it up, didn't say anything. I just listened. The voice was mine, again, but slow, like it was trying to remember how to speak. Stop being awake. Then silence. Then another voice, not mine. "We are building you again." Click. I opened the refrigerator and found a photo taped inside. It was a picture of me, standing in the stairwell of my building. But the angle was wrong. It was taken from above, like someone floating upside down near the ceiling. Scrawled on the back in black ink, "Which time are you from?" I tried to sleep, but the walls began moving, not in an earthquake way, in a rearranging way. Bookshelves slid on their own. Pictures shifted sideways. My bed turned to face the door. I locked the bedroom, nailed it shut. I lay down in the bathtub again, clutching a box cutter. Then I saw it, in the bathroom mirror, now shattered, a piece still hanging crooked. Not my reflection, just the mouth. Her mouth, smiling, breathing, and whispering a new word. "Welcome." The clock read 3:16 a.m. when I finally noticed the dripping. Not from the bathroom faucet. I'd checked that twice already, but somewhere deeper in the walls. A steady rhythm, like a metronome counting down to something I couldn't name. I pressed my ear against the cool plaster, following the sound as it led me from the bedroom to the hallway, then to that corner near the kitchen I always avoided. "Hello," I whispered, though I knew better. Speaking to it only made it answer. The dripping stopped. In the silence that followed, I heard breathing that wasn't mine. I turned to look at the digital clock on the microwave. 3:17 a.m. Again, the light from the street lamps filtered through the blinds, casting tiger-striped shadows across the floor. I'd seen this exact pattern 17 times before. Or was it 70? The days had begun to fold into each other. Origami time that creased and recreased along the same lines. My phone buzzed on the counter. No one calls at this hour except her. I let it ring 4 times before my hand, moving almost independently of my will, reached for it. The screen showed my own number calling. "Who is this?" I asked, my voice cracking. "Don't you recognize yourself anymore?" The voice was mine, but distorted, as if speaking through water. "It's getting easier to be you with each passing night." I hung up and backed away from the phone, as if it might sprout teeth. In the darkened window above the sink, I caught my reflection. It smiled when I didn't. "You're not real," I told it. "I'm the only real thing left." It replied, its lips moving out of sync with the words. The bathroom called to me then, as it always did at this hour. The mirror there had begun to show the truth. "Here's a continuation sample for your horror novel, The Whispers Below." I stare at my watch again, 3:16 a.m. The second hand ticks forward with agonizing slowness. My breath catches in my throat as I wait for the inevitable. 3:21, 3:17 a.m. The lights flicker, just like they always do. A subtle dimming, then brightening, as if the electricity itself hesitates at this cursed minute. I've come to dread this moment, this exact second when reality seems to fold in on itself. The apartment grows colder, not the natural chill of night, but something deeper that seeps into my bones. "Hello," I call out, knowing no one will answer. No one ever does. The pipes in the bathroom begin their gurgling song. At first, it sounds like water rushing, normal, ordinary. Then it transforms into something else. Whispers. Always whispers. Tonight they seem clearer than before. "Coming through," they say. "Coming through the spaces between." I press my hands against my ears, but it doesn't help. The voices aren't outside me anymore. They've found their way in. The mirror in the hallway catches my eye. I've covered it with a sheet, but somehow the fabric has fallen to the floor again. I don't want to look. I know what I'll see, or rather, what I won't see. But my feet move forward anyway, drawn by some perverse curiosity. My reflection stares back at me, but it's wrong. Its eyes track a half-second behind my movements. When I raise my hand, it waits before raising its own. A small delay, but enough to confirm what I already know. That isn't me in there. Who are you? I whisper. My reflection smiles. I am not smiling. I back away, bumping into the wall. The framed photograph of my family slides sideways, then rights itself without my touch. I've stopped questioning these small movements. The laws of physics don't apply at 3:17 a.m. Not anymore. The ceiling creaks above me. Footsteps. My upstairs neighbor is an elderly man who goes to bed at 9 every night. He shouldn't be awake, shouldn't be pacing like this. The footsteps cross directly overhead, then stop at the exact center of my living room. A soft thump, like something being dropped. Then I see her. Just a glimpse, a flash in my peripheral vision. Long black hair, pale face, eyes that reflect light like a cat's. She stands in the corner where the kitchen meets the hallway, a place where shadows gather even during daylight hours. When I turn to look directly, she's gone. But I know she was there. She's always there, watching, waiting. My phone vibrates on the coffee table. No one calls at this hour. No one except. I pick it up. The screen shows my own number calling. This has happened before. I know I shouldn't answer, but my finger swipes across the screen anyway. Hello. My voice sounds small, frightened. It's getting closer. My own voice replies, but distorted, as if speaking through water. The spaces between worlds are thinning. Soon there won't be any difference at all. What do you want from me? I ask, though I know there won't be a straight answer. There never is. What? My voice chuckles on the other end. We don't want. We replace. We become. We already are. The line goes dead. I drop the phone as if it's burned me. The kitchen faucet turns on by itself. A thin stream at first, then a torrent. Water splashes over the sides of the sink. I rush to turn it off, but the handle is ice cold and won't budge. The water continues to rise, and there, in the rippling surface, I see faces. Dozens of them, all mine, but subtly wrong. Some have eyes too large, others mouths that stretch too wide. They press against the water as if it's a membrane between dimensions. Stop, I say, my voice cracking. Leave me alone. The water shuts off abruptly. The silence that follows is worse than any noise. I return to the living room on unsteady legs. The digital clock on the cable box still reads 3:17. It's been 3:17 for what feels like hours now. Time isn't passing normally. It never does during these episodes. My laptop sits on the coffee table, its screen black and reflective. I haven't turned it on, but suddenly it illuminates. The startup sound playing at half speed, distorted and deep. The screen shows my desktop wallpaper, a photo from my hiking trip last summer, but the mountains in the background are wrong. They're inverted, twisted, and there's a figure standing among the trees that wasn't there before. A woman with long black hair. I slam the laptop closed, but the light continues to seep out from the edges. The walls seem to inhale and exhale with subtle movements. The apartment is alive, conscious, observing me. I've suspected this for weeks now. The building isn't just a structure. It's an organism with a purpose I can't comprehend. I need to leave, to escape. But every time I try, I find myself back here. The front door leads to the hallway to the elevator down to the lobby to the street, and the street somehow loops back to my front door. A closed circuit I can't break. The temperature drops further. My breath fogs in front of my face. The corner of my eye catches movement again. She's back, standing closer this time. I can smell her now. A scent like wet soil and copper. What are you? I ask without turning to look directly at her. No answer comes in words. but the shadows around her deepen, spread across the floor toward my feet. I step back, but they follow, climbing up my legs like vines. They don't feel like shadows should. They have weight, substance, a cold dampness that penetrates through my clothes. My phone vibrates again. The screen shows a text message from myself. Look in the drain. The bathroom. The voices from the pipes. I don't want to go, but my legs carry me there anyway. The bathroom light flickers erratically, strobing like a silent alarm. The mirror above the sink shows an empty room behind me, though I know I'm standing right there. I approach the sink cautiously. The drain gurgles, bubbles forming around its edges. I lean closer, against every instinct screaming for me to run. An eye stares back from the darkness of the pipe. Not human, larger, with a rectangular pupil like a goat's. It blinks slowly, deliberately. I stumble backward, hitting the shower curtain. It wraps around me like arms, clinging to my skin. I fight it off, tearing the whole rod down in my panic. Water begins to flow from the shower head, though the faucet is off. It runs black, thick as oil. Back in the living room, the clock finally changes. 3:18 a.m. Relief floods through me. The worst is over for tonight. The transitions only last a minute, though that minute stretches like elastic. Whatever breaks through at 3:17 retreats when the minute passes, but the relief is short-lived. The clock flickers, digits scrambling before settling back on 3:17. No, this is new. This hasn't happened before. My heart pounds against my ribs as the realization hits me. The minute isn't ending tonight. Whatever barrier exists between my reality and the other is failing. The floor beneath me shifts, with planks rippling like water. The ceiling stretches upward, the room elongating impossibly. Furniture slides toward the walls, pulled by some unseen force. I brace myself against the bookshelf, the only thing that seems stable. She's watching from every corner now, not just one. Multiple versions of the same woman, all with that long black hair covering portions of her face. They don't move, don't speak, just observe with patient malice. My nosebleed starts suddenly, warm droplets pattering on the floor. I've had them frequently since this all began. The doctor found nothing wrong, suggested stress as the cause. If only he knew. The blood doesn't fall straight down but curves in midair, drawn toward the nearest wall. It splashes against the white paint, forming letters that I can't quite read. Some alphabet the human mouths weren't meant to pronounce. My reflection appears on the window glass, though I'm nowhere near it. It presses its hands against the pane from the outside, looking in. Beyond it, the city skyline is wrong. Buildings bent at impossible angles, streets folding upward into the sky. Please, I whisper to no one, to everyone. I don't understand what you want. The whispers from the pipes grow louder, a chorus now rather than a single voice. We want the space you occupy, they say in unison. We want your shape, your form, your place. Why me? I ask. You're thin, they reply. Thin people slip through easier. Your reality wears thin around you. We found the hole you made. None of this makes sense, yet it resonates with some deep, instinctual understanding. I've always felt disconnected, apart from the solid world others inhabit, so confidently, like I'm a ghost already, just waiting to fade completely. The woman, or women, move closer in perfect synchronization. Their feet don't touch the floor, but hover an inch above it. Their hair floats as if underwater. I retreat to the kitchen, grabbing a knife from the drawer. It feels insubstantial in my hand, more like the idea of a knife than an actual object. Stay back, I warn, though I know it's useless. They pause. heads tilting at identical angles. Curious, not afraid. My phone rings again. My number. I answer without thinking. It's too late. My voice tells me, "You've been hollowed out. We've been replacing pieces of you for months. How much of you is still you?" I drop the knife. It passes through the floor like it's not there. The realization hits me with nauseating force. I'm not being haunted. I'm being erased, rewritten. This isn't my apartment anymore. Maybe it never was. Maybe I never was. The women with long black hair begin to merge together, forming a singular entity that grows larger, filling the corner of the room from floor to ceiling. Her many arms reach toward me, fingers elongated and jointed in too many places. I run to the front door, yanking it open. The hallway beyond isn't the hallway of my apartment building. It's a narrow corridor with walls of pulsing flesh, a throat leading to some enormous stomach. I slam the door shut, pressing my back against it. The wood feels soft, yielding. The clock still reads 3:17. The lights flicker more violently now, plunging the apartment into darkness for seconds at a time. In those moments of blackness, I hear movement, furniture rearranging, walls shifting position. When light returns, the room has changed subtly. The couch is angled differently. The kitchen doorway is narrower. The ceiling has lowered an inch. My home is being digested, transformed into something else. I feel it happening to my body too. My fingers look longer than they should. When I touch my face, the features don't match the map I have in my mind. My nose is higher, cheekbones more pronounced. I'm being remodeled from the inside out. The floor beneath me gives way suddenly, not breaking but melting. I sink up to my knees in what was solid wood a moment ago. It feels like mud, then quicksand, pulling me down with gentle persistence. The woman with black hair watches from the wall, which she now seems part of. Her body protrudes from the plaster like a bas relief coming to life. "Who are you?" I ask again, desperation making my voice crack. She smiles, revealing teeth that are mirror shards, reflecting tiny versions of me. "We are the spaces between," she says, her voice like rustling paper. "We are what waits in forgotten corners. We are the thing that replaces when no one is looking." "Why me?" I ask again. "You invited us," she says simply. "Every time you looked in the mirror and didn't recognize yourself. Every time you felt disconnected from your own life. You made yourself thin. You made yourself permeable." I can't argue. Haven't I always felt like an imposter in my own life? Haven't I always suspected that something wasn't right? Long before these manifestations began, the floor continues to swallow me, up to my waist now. I don't fight it anymore. What would be the point? My phone lights up one last time on the coffee table, just out of reach. A text from myself. It's better on this side. Less real. Less painful. The lights flicker again, and this time when they return, I see myself standing in the doorway to the bedroom. But it's not me. It's what's replacing me. My face, but with eyes that hold no uncertainty, no fear. It looks more comfortable on my skin than I ever did. "You won't remember this," it says with my voice. That's the mercy we offer. The floor pulls me deeper, up to my chest now. The apartment around me blurs, details smearing like wet paint. The clock still reads 3:17, but the digits lose their meaning, become just abstract shapes. As my chin touches the liquefied floor, I have one last coherent thought. I've done this before, many times. I am caught in a loop of replacement, of erasure and rewriting, and each time I forget. The darkness takes me completely. I wake with a start, heart pounding, just a nightmare, the same one I've been having for weeks now. I reach for my phone to check the time. 3:16 a.m. Something feels off about my bedroom. Have the walls always been this shade of gray? Was my bed always positioned against this wall? I must be disoriented from the dream. The second hand on my watch ticks forward. 3:17 a.m. The lights flicker. When I open my eyes again, the clock reads 4:43 a.m. I've passed through the 3:17 barrier somehow. Relief floods through me, but it's short-lived. Something isn't right. The bedroom feels wrong, subtly altered. The walls seem closer, the ceiling lower. My dresser stands against a different wall than I remember. Just disoriented. I mutter to myself, just a nightmare. But when I lift my hand to rub my eyes, the movement feels delayed, as if my body is responding to commands given seconds ago. I stare at my fingers, spreading them wide. They look longer, the joints more pronounced. The nails have a slight bluish tint. This isn't happening, I whisper, but my lips form the words after I hear them. I force myself out of bed. The floor is cold, much colder than it should be. My footprints leave brief outlines of condensation, with each step fading moments later. When I reach the bathroom and flick on the light, I inhale sharply. The mirror shows my face, but not quite. My eyes are the same color, but the left one sits slightly lower than the right. My hairline has receded a quarter inch. My jaw seems more angular. Small changes, almost imperceptible individually, but together they compose a face that's mine but not mine. Who are you? I ask my reflection. It smiles. I do not. Still asking the same questions. It says with my voice, still pretending you don't know. I back away, slamming the door shut. Leaning against the wall, I feel dampness seeping through my t-shirt. The wallpaper is wet to the touch, pulpy like sodden cardboard. It gives slightly under pressure, as if something soft lies behind it. My phone rings from the nightstand. I don't want to answer it, but I'm drawn back to the bedroom anyway. The screen shows my own number calling. I answer but say nothing. Do you like the adjustments we've made? My voice asks from the other end. We're getting better at the details. Soon no one will notice the difference. What difference? What are you talking about? Between you and us. Between your world and ours. The spaces are nearly gone now. I end the call and throw the phone onto the bed. It bounces once, then sinks into the mattress, as if the bed has turned to quicksand. In seconds, the phone has disappeared completely. A sound comes from the kitchen, soft footsteps, the opening and closing of a cabinet. Someone else is in the apartment. I grab the nearest weapon-like object, a heavy metal lamp, and creep down the hallway. In the kitchen, I find myself. Another me, standing at the counter, making coffee. This doppelganger wears my clothes, has my posture, but moves with fluid confidence I've never possessed. It notices me and turns, unsurprised. You're not supposed to be up yet, it says casually. The transition isn't complete. I raise the lamp. What are you? I'm you, it says simply. The new you, the better version. You're not real, I insist, though the entity before me appears solid, undeniably physical. It laughs my laugh, but with an undercurrent of something ancient. I'm more real than you now. That's the point. Reality is just consensus, and you're losing the vote. I lunge forward with the lamp, but my double sidesteps with impossible speed. My momentum carries me into the counter edge, pain flaring across my hip. When I turn, my doppelganger is gone. The kitchen is empty except for the coffee mug on the counter, steam rising from its surface. I pick up the mug cautiously. The coffee inside is black, but as I tilt it, the liquid doesn't move. It remains perfectly level regardless of the mug's angle, as if it's solid. When I touch it with my finger, it feels like warm glass. The reflection in this strange coffee glass shows the woman with long black hair standing behind me. I whirl around, but see only my refrigerator, its surface warped and bubbling like melting plastic. My heart pounds as I back out of the kitchen. The walls of the hallway pulse subtly, breathing in and out with slow, deliberate movements. Picture frames hang at impossible angles, defying gravity. In one photo of my family, my mother's face has been replaced with mine. The front door seems miles away, stretching down an increasingly elongated corridor. I run toward it, but the distance doesn't diminish. If anything, it recedes further with each step. The woman's whisper comes from everywhere at once. There's nowhere to go. The outside isn't outside anymore. I stop running, gasping for breath. What do you want from me? Your place, she says, her voice like rustling leaves. Your space, your shape. You occupy a position we need. Why me? I demand, though I've asked this before and never received a satisfying answer. You began to doubt, she says, closer now. You question the nature of your reality. That creates a thin spot, a way through. I think back, trying to understand. When did this start? What made me different, vulnerable? I remember the night 3 months ago when I sat alone in my apartment, staring at my reflection, overwhelmed by the bizarre feeling that I wasn't really there, that my entire life might be a dream or illusion. That moment of existential doubt now seems like an invitation to whatever is unmaking me. The lights flicker, and when they stabilize, the hallway has returned to its normal length. The front door is just a few steps away. Relief floods through me as I rush forward and turn the knob. The door opens onto a solid brick wall. I slam it shut, then open it again. Now it reveals my bedroom, though I'm standing in the hallway by the front entrance. Another try. The door opens to a vertical tunnel, stretching upward into darkness, water trickling down its sides. I close it quickly, heart racing. The next time, I'm facing myself again. Not the confident doppelganger from the kitchen, but a deformed version. This me has skin that hangs loosely, as if partially melted. Its eyes bulge unevenly. Its mouth stretches too wide. Not yet. It gasps. I'm not finished cooking. I slam the door and back away, while rising my throat. The knob begins to turn on its own. I run to the living room, searching for another exit. The windows should offer escape, but beyond them I see not the city street, but impossible landscapes. A forest where the trees grow sideways. An ocean of what looks like black oil, with faces forming and dissolving in the waves. A vast empty room where thousands of identical women with long black hair stand perfectly still, all facing my window. My apartment has become a ship drifting through realities, none of them mine. The television turns on by itself, snow and static at first, then resolving into an image. My living room, from the perspective of someone sitting in the corner. I can see myself standing by the window. The camera, if that's what it is, moves closer, approaching my back. I spin around, but the corner is empty. On the TV screen, the view still approaches the me by the window, who remains facing outward, unaware. A hand enters the frame, long-fingered, blue-tinged, the same hand that I now possess. It reaches for TV me's shoulder. I look down at my own hands. They're normal again, no blue tint, no elongated fingers. I'm not the replacement. I'm the one being replaced. On screen, The hand taps TV me, who turns. The two identical versions of me regard each other for a moment before the newcomer's face splits open like a blooming flower, revealing darkness and teeth and something squirming within. TV me screams. The real me screams too, backing away from the television just as the scream from the speakers changes pitch, becoming impossibly high, then low, then fragmented like broken glass. The screen goes black. My reflection stares back at me from its surface, but when I raise my hand to touch my face, the reflection doesn't move. You're losing cohesion, it says. Fragments of you are being redistributed. Do you feel thinner yet? I do, like I'm stretching across multiple places at once, my consciousness pulled in impossible directions. The clock on the wall reads 3:17 a.m. Again, the apartment darkens as every light source dims simultaneously. In the near blackness, I see them, dozens of silhouettes, all with my outline but slightly wrong in different ways. They line the walls, emerge from corners, rise from the floor, an audience of malformed selves. The woman with long black hair walks between them, her feet hovering above the carpet. She approaches me, her face becoming visible in the darkness, pale, ageless, with eyes that reflect light like a nocturnal animal's. "You're the last piece," she says, her mouth not moving with the words. "The final fragment. Once we have you, the replacement will be complete." "I don't understand," I whisper, though part of me does. Some deep, instinctual level comprehends what's happening, even if my conscious mind cannot. "Your reality rejected you," she explains. "You never quite fit. We're simply facilitating the replacement with something that will fit better." My distorted doubles move closer, surrounding me in a tightening circle. They each reach out one hand. Where their flesh touches mine, I feel a pulling sensation, as if they're drawing something essential from me. "Stop!" I gasp, but my voice emerges from all of them simultaneously, a chorus of my own fear. The woman smiles. "It'll be over soon. Then you can rest in the spaces between, where partial things belong." I try to run, but my legs no longer respond properly. My body feels increasingly disconnected, operations failing one by one. My vision fragments, showing me multiple overlapping perspectives of the room. I see myself from behind, from above, from impossible angles inside my own body. The walls of the apartment peel away like old paint, revealing not the expected neighboring apartments or outside world, but a vast, churning darkness filled with half-formed shapes. This is the space between she mentioned, the gap in reality where discarded fragments go. My phone rings one final time. It's sitting on the coffee table, though I saw it sink into the mattress earlier. The screen shows not my number this time, but a series of symbols I don't recognize from any language. I answer anyway. "This has happened before," says a voice that might be mine from a different iteration. "It happens every time you reach 3:17. You forget that it begins again. The only way to break the cycle is to..." The call cuts off. The phone melts in my hand, running through my fingers like mercury. The circle of malformed duplicates closes in. Their hands touch me everywhere, and with each contact, I feel pieces of myself flaking away, drawn into them. My memories, my identity, my substance, all being redistributed among these partial versions. The woman with black hair watches impassively. "Your replacement is almost ready," she says. "Would you like to meet it?" From behind her steps another me. Perfect, flawless, more me than I am now. It carries itself with certainty, solidity. It belongs in this reality in a way I never did. Thank you for your contribution. My replacement says with genuine gratitude, the parts of you that mattered will continue. I try to speak, but find I no longer have a voice. I'm too diffuse now, spread too thin across too many fragments. The clock still reads 3:17 a.m. I realize it always will. My replacement takes its place in the center of the room, my place. The distorted duplicates back away respectfully. The woman with black hair nods in satisfaction. The last thing I perceive before consciousness dissolves completely is the sound of the bathroom pipes. That familiar gurgling transformed into words. The cycle is complete. Begin again. I wake with a gasp. Heart pounding. Just a nightmare. The same one I've been having for weeks now. The clock reads 3:16 a.m. Something feels off about my bedroom, but I can't quite place what. The walls seem the right distance, the ceiling the correct height. Yet there's a wrongness I can't identify. I reach for the glass of water on my nightstand, but my hand passes through it, not through the glass, through the water itself, which remains undisturbed. I try again with the same result. The second hand on my watch ticks forward. 3:17 a.m. A soft tapping comes from the bedroom window. When I look, I see myself standing outside looking in. This outside me is soaking wet, hair plastered to its skull, clothes dripping. It raises one blue-tinged hand and points urgently toward the bathroom. I shouldn't follow its direction. I know this, but my body rises from the bed anyway, drawn to the bathroom by a compulsion stronger than fear. The bathroom light won't turn on. In the darkness, I can just make out the outline of the sink, the toilet, the shower curtain. The mirror is a square of deeper darkness on the wall. The pipes begin to gurgle. Found you, they say in a chorus of whispers. No matter where you hide, we find you. Something moves behind the shower curtain, a shadow darker than the surrounding darkness, roughly human-shaped but wrong in subtle ways. The plastic curtain bulges outward as whatever stands behind it presses against the barrier. I should run. Every instinct screams for escape. But when I turn, the bathroom door has vanished, replaced by smooth wall. The shower curtain tears open with a sound like screaming. Water explodes outward, not from the shower head, but from the empty space where the door to another reality has opened. The torrent knocks me to the floor, soaking me instantly. In the water, faces form and dissolve, all mine, all distorted. They speak in bubbling voices. You thought you escaped. You thought you broke the cycle. There is no escape. There is only 3:17. The woman with long black hair rises from the flood, water running from her clothes, her skin, her eyes. She stands over me, looking down with something almost like pity. Ready to try again? She asks. Before I can answer, the water surges upward, engulfing me completely. I can't breathe. Can't fight against the current pulling me down into the pipes, into the spaces between. Darkness takes me. I wake up. The clock reads 3:16 a.m. This time I remember. Not everything, but enough. Enough to know what's coming. Enough to try something different. Instead of panic, I feel a strange calm. I've been here before countless times. The woman, the duplicates, the replacement, they expect me to run, to fight, to desperately cling to a reality that has already rejected me. What if I don't? The second hand ticks forward. 3:17 a.m. The lights flicker. The pipes gurgle. The temperature drops. Right on schedule. I don't move from the bed. I don't call out. I don't question what's happening. Instead, I say, I understand now. I'm ready. The woman with long black hair materializes at the foot of my bed, surprise evident on her usually impassive face. "You remember?" she asks. "Enough," I tell her. "Enough to know this isn't the first time, or the 100th. She approaches cautiously, as if I might be setting a trap. "What else do you remember?" "That I don't belong here. That I never did. That something else is taking my place because it fits better in this reality than I ever could." She sits on the edge of the bed, up close. Her eyes are not eyes at all, but swirling vortices of darkness. "You're the first to accept it," she says. "The others fought until they were torn apart." "Fighting didn't work," I say, "so I'm trying something new." The walls of the bedroom begin to dissolve, revealing that churning void beyond, the space between realities. My distorted duplicates emerge from it, surrounding the bed. They seem less threatening now, more like confused fragments searching for wholeness. "What happens if I go willingly?" I ask. The woman tilts her head, considering. "I don't know," she admits. "This has never happened before." My phone rings. When I check the screen, it shows not my number or strange symbols, but a simple message. "Don't trust her." I set the phone aside without answering. "You're not what you appear to be," I tell the woman. "You're not some monster or demon. You're something else." She smiles, and for a moment, her face shifts, revealing something both more and less than human. "I am a caretaker," she says. "I maintain the boundaries between realities. I repair tears. I replace elements that don't belong. And I don't belong here." "No," she agrees. "You never did. You're a fragment from elsewhere that somehow ended up in this reality. Your presence creates instability." This should terrify me, but instead it explains so much. My lifelong feeling of being out of place, of watching my own life rather than living it. The persistent sense that everyone else received an instruction manual for existence that I somehow missed. "If I go with you," I ask, "what happens to me, to my consciousness?" "You return to your proper place," she says. "Your fragment rejoins the whole. The displacement corrects itself. And if I refuse again, then the cycle continues. 317 repeats. We keep trying until we succeed." I look at my distorted duplicates with new understanding. They're not failed replacements. They're previous versions of me that refused to accept the truth, torn apart by the process, caught in the spaces between. "I'm ready," I say again, and this time I mean it. The woman nods. She extends her hand, which elongates impossibly, fingers spreading like roots. "It won't hurt," she promises. I take her hand. Her skin is neither warm nor cold, neither solid nor liquid, a state of matter I have no reference for. The duplicates move closer, but not threateningly. They seem eager, relieved. They place their hands on me gently, and I feel not a pulling this time, but a merging. They're not taking pieces of me. They're returning pieces they've held for too long. With each touch, memories flood back, not just from this cycle, but from dozens, perhaps hundreds of previous attempts. I remember fighting, pleading, hiding. I remember being torn apart in countless ways. I remember the woman finding me each time, tireless in her duty. "Close your eyes," she instructs. I obey. The sensation that follows is impossible to describe in human language. I'm simultaneously expanding and contracting, being unmade and remade. I exist everywhere and nowhere, spread across realities like butter across too much bread, then suddenly compressed into a single point of perfect clarity. I understand everything and nothing. The cycle of 317 shatters. time resumes its proper flow. I open my eyes. I'm standing in a place that isn't a place, a vast emptiness that's somehow crowded with potential. Shapes and colors that have no names in any human language swirl around me. The woman stands before me, but she's no longer a woman with long black hair. She's a pattern, a mathematical concept given form, a principle of organization in a cosmos of chaos. Where am I? I ask, though I no longer have a mouth or voice in any conventional sense. Home, she answers. Your fragment has rejoined your true form. I look down at myself, but there's no self to see, just a complex arrangement of energy and information that somehow contains what I think of as me. What happens now? I ask. Now you remember what you are, she says. Now you help maintain the boundaries, like the rest of us. Understanding blooms within me. Was always one of them. A caretaker who somehow became trapped in a reality I was supposed to be maintaining. A fragment broken off from my true form during some past repair. And my replacement. I ask, the me who's still there in that apartment. Not a replacement, she corrects. A native, the proper occupant of that position in that reality. They were displaced when your fragment appeared. Now they're home too. I feel relief, both for myself and for the being who rightfully belongs in the life I accidentally stole. The endless cycle of 317 was never punishment. It was the system trying to correct itself, to restore proper order. There are others. The woman who is not a woman tells me. Other fragments lost in realities where they don't belong. Will you help find them? I would smile if I still had a face. Is that why you chose that form? The woman with long black hair? Something from human horror stories. We appear in forms the fragments can comprehend, she explains. In contexts they understand. For humans, certain archetypes trigger recognition on levels deeper than conscious thought. I understand now why she appeared as she did, why the cycle manifested as it did. My human consciousness interpreted the repair process through the lens of horror because that was a framework I could grasp, however imperfectly. I'll help. I agree. Good, she says. There's one nearby who's been particularly troublesome. A fragment who's begun to damage the fabric of their host reality. They manifest at 2:38 p.m. in their time cycle. I feel myself changing, adapting to my restored nature. Knowledge and abilities dormant, for so long reawaken within me. What will I appear as? I ask. Whatever will help them understand, she says. Whatever will help them remember they don't belong. I reach into the swirling potential around me, drawing elements together into a form. I feel myself condensing, taking shape, preparing to enter another reality where a fragment like I was needs help finding its way home. The last thought I have before my consciousness transforms fully to its true state is a curious one. Somewhere, in an apartment much like the one I left, a clock reads 3:18 a.m., and for the first time in a very long time, time continues forward. My work as a caretaker becomes routine. If anything involving the manipulation of reality and retrieval of lost fragments can be called routine, I guide the lost back to their true forms. I repair tears in the fabric between dimensions. I maintain the boundaries that keep realities discrete and functional. But something nags at me, a question I can't shake. What if some fragments don't want to be found? I bring this up to the others during what might be called a gathering, though concepts like meeting or a place mean something different when you exist as patterns of energy and information across multiple dimensions. There's always resistance. One caretaker explains. The human consciousness is strong, adaptive. It creates attachments, identities. But is it always right to retrieve them? I ask, what if they prefer existence as fragments? A ripple of discomfort passes through the collective. This isn't a question caretakers typically ask. Fragmentation is dangerous, another reminds me. It creates instability. Entire realities have collapsed from unresolved fragmentations. Besides, adds a third, fragments aren't whole. They're suffering, even when they don't recognize it as suffering. I think about my time trapped in the 3:17 loop, the terror, the confusion. The woman with long black hair, who I now understand was attempting to help me. I want to observe a fragment long term, I announce, before attempting retrieval, to understand the experience more completely. There's reluctance, but eventually agreement. I'm assigned to monitor a particular fragment embedded in human reality. A woman named Sarah who lives in a high-rise apartment in a city by the sea. Like all fragments, her reality has begun to glitch around her. Elevators open to impossible floors. Her reflection has conversations with her. Time repeats in small, localized loops. I take a form I calculate will be non-threatening. A maintenance worker in her building. Someone she'll notice peripherally, but not focus on. Someone with access to the spaces where reality thins around her. When I materialize in the lobby of her building, the transition is jarring. Having a physical form again, limited, bounded by flesh, feels claustrophobic after existing as pure pattern. But I adjust quickly, remembering how to operate human limbs, how to breathe, how to pass as native to this reality. Sarah's apartment is on the 17th floor. I take the service elevator up, feeling the building's structure warp subtly around me. The metal walls of the elevator car ripple like water when I touch them. The digital floor indicator jumps from 12 to 17 without stopping at the intervening floors. Signs of her fragment's influence. The longer she remains, the worse these anomalies will become. I exit into the maintenance corridor that runs behind the apartments. Through the thin walls, I can hear her moving around, preparing for her day. According to my briefing, she's been experiencing symptoms for approximately 2 months. Not as severe as my case had become, but progressing. I find a junction box near her apartment and pretend to work on it while extending my awareness through the walls. I can feel her fragment pulsing like a wounded star, bright and unstable. The human consciousness it's attached to moves through morning routines, unaware of the dimensional anomaly it harbors. As I observe, a small tear appears in reality, just a pinprick, barely noticeable to anyone without caretaker perceptions. It forms on the wall of her bathroom as she brushes her teeth. Through it, I glimpse another version of the same bathroom, where everything is identical except for the color of the towels. Sarah sees it too. She freezes, toothbrush halfway to her mouth, staring at the small tear. For a second, she seems to look right through it, right at me, though that should be impossible. The tear seals itself after a few seconds. Sarah shakes her head, continues brushing her teeth, but her hands tremble slightly. I stay near her apartment all day, monitoring. More tears appear in her kitchen, her hallway, her bedroom. Each one shows a slightly different version of her home. Each one seals itself within seconds. Reality attempting to heal around the foreign elements she contains. By evening, I've seen enough to confirm she's indeed a fragment, but I don't initiate retrieval. I want to understand more. Want to see how she experiences this strange half-existence. As she prepares for bed, the largest tear yet appears. A vertical split in her living room wall. revealing a vast darkness beyond. Not another version of her apartment, but the void between realities, the space I call home. Sarah approaches it cautiously, hand outstretched. Before her fingers can touch the tear, I intervene, exerting caretaker influence to seal it shut. It's too soon for direct contact. She's not ready. The effort of manipulation, while maintaining human form, strains me. My borrowed flesh flickers briefly, revealing the pattern beneath. Down in the lobby, lights surge and die. The building's elevator system resets itself. Sarah feels it too. She looks around her apartment, hugging herself, suddenly cold. "Hello," she calls out. "Is someone there?" I withdraw my influence. Let her reality stabilize around her again. Too much interference too quickly could accelerate her fragmentation rather than help me understand it. I return to the space between to recover and report my observations. The other caretakers are curious, but concerned. "You shouldn't have sealed the tear," one tells me. "It was an opportunity for retrieval." She's not ready, I insist. The human consciousness is still too dominant. Retrieval now would be traumatic. "Trauma is temporary," another dismisses. "Fragment instability is dangerous for all realities involved." I find myself growing frustrated with their clinical detachment. Have they forgotten what it's like to be lost? To be afraid? To be human? I'll continue observation, I state firmly. When the time is right, I'll initiate retrieval. They don't stop me, though their disapproval radiates in complex patterns of energy. I return to Sarah's building the next day, resuming my disguise as a maintenance worker. I find her in the laundry room on the ground floor, loading a washing machine. She looks tired, shadows under her eyes, suggesting a sleepless night. As she measures detergent, her movements skip and repeat. Pour, cap, pour, cap, pour. A small time loop affecting just her hands. She doesn't seem to notice. I approach casually, selecting a machine far enough away to avoid suspicion, but close enough to observe. "Trouble sleeping?" I ask conversationally as I pretend to sort laundry I manifested for this purpose. She looks up, startled that someone is speaking to her. Residents in buildings like this rarely acknowledge service personnel. "Is it that obvious?" she asks with a small smile. "Just a guess," I say. "This building makes strange noises at night. Keeps a lot of people up." Her expression changes, interest piqued. "You've heard them too. The noises." "Pipes," I say. "Old buildings talk to themselves." "And what do they say?" she asks, something knowing in her eyes that unsettles me. I hadn't expected such direct engagement from her. Most fragments are too consumed by their confusion to reach out. "Depends on who's listening," I reply carefully. She studies me with sudden intensity. "Do I know you? You seem familiar." "I'm new," I lie. "Just started last week." "No," she insists, stepping closer. "I know you from somewhere else. Somewhere before." A chill runs through my human form. This isn't typical fragment behavior. She shouldn't be able to recognize me across manifestations. I have one of those faces. I deflect, turning back to my fictional laundry. Sarah continues staring at me for an uncomfortable moment before returning to her task. As she closes the washing machine door, her hand passes partially through the solid metal, as if it's not entirely there. She pulls back quickly, examining her fingers with a mixture of fear and fascination. "Are you okay?" I ask, though I've observed exactly what happened. "Fine," she says too quickly. "Static electricity, I think." She hurries from the laundry room without starting her machine. I follow at a distance as she returns to the elevator. When she presses the call button, all the elevators in the building arrive simultaneously, doors opening to reveal identical empty cars. She steps back, startled. "That's new," she murmurs to herself. Instead of choosing one, she heads for the stairs. I let her go, not wanting to alarm her further by following too obviously. Later that evening, I position myself in the maintenance corridor behind her apartment again. Through the wall, I can feel her agitation. The television turns on and off by itself. Lights flicker. Water runs from faucets without being turned on. Her fragment is becoming more unstable. Soon, retrieval won't be optional. It will be necessary to prevent catastrophic reality breakdown. A tear forms on my side of the wall, small at first, then widening to the size of a doorway. Through it, I can see directly into her apartment. She sits on her couch, staring at the blank television screen, unaware that the wall behind her has temporarily ceased to exist. This is my chance to observe undetected. I step through the tear, into her living room, moving silently. The apartment is thick with fragmentation effects. Time moves at different speeds in different corners of the room. Objects exist in quantum superposition, simultaneously whole and broken. The air itself seems charged with potential. Sarah remains on the couch, unmoving. As I circle around to see her face, I realize she's crying. Silent tears tracking down her cheeks as she stares at nothing. "I know what's happening to me," she says suddenly, making me freeze in place. "I know I don't belong here." She's not speaking to me. She doesn't know I'm there. She's talking to herself, or perhaps to the universe at large. "I can feel myself coming apart," she continues. "I see things no one else does. Reality thins around me like tissue paper." Her perceptiveness is remarkable. Most fragments rationalize their experiences, blame stress or fatigue or mental illness. Sarah seems to intuitively understand her situation. "But I don't want to go back," she says with surprising firmness. "I don't want to be what I was before." This stops me cold. Has she accessed memories of her true nature? Does she actually know what she is? "I know you're watching," she says, turning her head slightly in my direction. "I know you've come to take me back, but I won't go willingly." A chill runs through me. She shouldn't be able to sense me while I'm in caretaker stealth mode. No fragment should have that capability. "Show yourself," she demands. Against my better judgment, I allow myself to become visible. She doesn't seem surprised. "I knew it was you. From the laundry room. From before that, even." "What do you think is happening to you?" I ask carefully. "I'm not from here," she says simply. "This reality is rejecting me like a bad organ transplant, and you've come to return me to wherever I escaped from." Escaped. This isn't how fragments typically form. They're accidents, mistakes. You deliberately separated from your true form. She smiles sadly. "Wouldn't you, if your true form was a prison?" This concept disturbs me deeply. Our nature as caretakers has always seemed perfect to me. Purposeful, powerful, essential. The idea that one of us would choose fragmentation, choose to hide within a limited human consciousness. "Whatever you were before," I tell her, "fragmentation isn't sustainable. You're damaging this reality. Soon, you'll damage yourself beyond repair." "Then help me stabilize," she pleads. "Help me stay here as I am." "That's not possible," I say, though with less certainty than I would have had before meeting her. "Fragments must be reintegrated. That's the law of reality." "Laws can be broken," she says. "You broke them by coming here." by interfering. She's right. My observation mission has already stretched the boundaries of caretaker protocol. Why? I ask. Why choose this limited existence over your true nature? Sarah stands, moves to her window, looks out at the city lights. Because here I can choose, she says simply. Here I have agency, uncertainty, possibility. Do you remember what that feels like? To not know everything, to be surprised, to change. Ito, remember, my time trapped in human form wasn't only terror. There were moments of wonder too, of possibility, of freedom from perfect knowledge. The others will come for you, I warn her. If not me, then another caretaker. I know, she says. They always do. This isn't my first fragmentation. That shocks me to my core. Multiple deliberate fragmentations should be impossible. The pattern damage would be cumulative, catastrophic. Unless, what are you? I ask, suddenly unsure if I'm dealing with a fragment at all. She turns to face me, and for a brief moment, I glimpse something beneath her human appearance. Not the mathematical perfection of a caretaker, but something older, more chaotic, something from before the boundaries were established. I am what came before you, she says, confirming my suspicion. Before caretakers, before the rigid separation of realities, when all was possibility and nothing was fixed. An original, I whisper. I believed they were myths, stories caretakers told each other about the time before organization, before purpose. Entities of pure potential that existed when the multiverse was young and malleable. We're not all gone, she says. Some of us hide in fragments, in human dreams, in the thinning places between your carefully maintained realities. The implications are enormous. If originals still exist, if they can move between realities at will, why reveal yourself to me? I ask. Because you're different, she says simply. You question. You remember what it was to be human. You have empathy. I have responsibility, I counter. If reality tears. Reality existed before your kind imposed order on it. She interrupts. It was fluid, adaptive, alive. You made it rigid, breakable. A century ago, I retrieved the memory from my vast caretaker knowledge. I made similar arguments myself when I was first inducted into the caretaker's ranks. Arguments about the beauty of chaos, the necessity of fluidity between dimensions. I was overruled, converted to the doctrine of separation and maintenance. What do you want from me? I ask her. Let me go, she says simply. Tell the others you couldn't find me, that the fragment reintegrated on its own. Let me keep this life I've chosen. The anomalies will worsen, I warn. This reality will eventually reject you completely. Then I'll find another, she shrugs, and another after that. Existence is long. Change is the only constant. I should refuse, should complete my mission, facilitate her retrieval, though now I understand it wouldn't be returning a fragment to wholeness, but capturing an original for the caretakers to study, perhaps in prison. They'll know if I lie, I say, but I'm wavering. Sarah, or whatever name this original has chosen, smiles sadly. Not if you fragment too. The suggestion hits me like a physical blow. Deliberately fragment myself, abandon my duties, my purpose. Join me, she continues. Remember what freedom feels like, what uncertainty and wonder feel like. Break the cycle of perfect knowledge and eternal stasis. I can't, I say, but even as I speak, I feel something awakening in me, a longing for the very human experiences I've been retrieving others from. You already have doubts. she observes accurately. You already question whether what caretakers do is always right. Take the next step. Choose uncertainty over dogma. A tear appears in the air between us, not a random manifestation of her presence, but a deliberately formed portal. Beyond it, I see not the void between realities where caretakers dwell, but something else, a reality of fluid possibilities, of colors that have no names, of freedom from the rigid boundaries of established dimensions. I have to report back, I say weakly. No, she says. You don't. That's the point. You can choose. Choice. Such a simple concept, yet so foreign to caretaker existence. What must be done? We maintain what must be maintained. We believe what we've always believed. What would it mean to choose differently? The terror between us pulses, an invitation. What happens if I step through? I ask. You'll remember what you were before you were a caretaker, she says. You'll remember the time before boundaries, before separation. You'll be free. And if the caretakers find us, they won't, she says with certainty. Not where we're going. I hesitate, torn between duty and possibility, between the safety of perfection and the wild uncertainty of freedom. Sarah extends her hand. Choose, she says simply. I think of the endlessly repeating cycle of my existence, the retrievals, the repairs, the maintenance of a system I no longer fully believe in. I think of the fear in Thomas's eyes before he remembered, of my own terror trapped in the 3:17 loop. I think of what it felt like to not know, to wonder, to change. My hand reaches toward hers. The tear between us widens. My hand meets Sarah's, and reality fractures around us. The tear widens, engulfing us both. Her apartment dissolves like mist, the solid walls and furniture breaking down into swirling patterns of information and possibility. My caretaker consciousness struggles to maintain coherence as we pass through dimensions not meant for traversal. Let go, Sarah whispers, her voice somehow clear despite the chaotic energies surrounding us. Stop trying to remain yourself. It's the most terrifying instruction I've ever received. To let go of self, of identity, after eons of rigid existence. The prospect is both horrifying and exhilarating. I release my grip on the pattern I've always known as me. Dissolution follows. I expand outward, consciousness spreading across possibilities like water on a flat surface. I am everywhere and nowhere, everywhen and never. Past lives flicker through me. Human lives, alien lives, lives in dimensions with different physical laws, different concepts of existence. Through it all, Sarah remains an anchor point, a guide leading me deeper into chaos that somehow contains its own form of order. When reconstruction begins, it's gentle at first. I feel myself condensing, forming new boundaries, not the rigid mathematical precision of a caretaker, but something more fluid, adaptable, a self that can change. We materialize in what appears to be an ordinary hotel room. 2 beds, bland art on the walls, heavy curtains drawn against the outside world. My new form feels strange, lighter somehow than the human shape I wore to observe Sarah, yet more substantial than my caretaker pattern. Sarah sits on one of the beds, watching me with patient amusement as I examine my hands, my body. I appear human, but I can feel the difference. The potential humming beneath this skin is vast, unconstrained by caretaker limitations. Where are we? I finally ask. Liminal space, she answers. A reality that exists in the transitions between other realities. Hotels, airports, bus stations, places people pass through but never inhabit permanently. I move to the window. pulled back the curtain slightly. Outside is a parking lot, a few scattered cars, and beyond that, absolute emptiness, not darkness or void, but the absence of rendered reality, as if this hotel exists at the edge of creation. It's safe here, Sarah explains. Caretakers don't monitor transitional spaces. Too unstable, too fluid for their tastes. What happens now? I ask, letting the curtain fall closed. Now you remember, she says simply. Remember what? What you were before you were a caretaker. The words trigger something, not quite memory, more like the awareness that memory exists, buried beneath layers of caretaker programming and protocol. I was human once, I say hesitantly, before the woman with black hair found me in the 317 loop. Sarah shakes her head. Before that, before your fragmentation, before you were ever a caretaker at all. That's not possible, I protest. Caretakers are eternal. We maintain the boundaries between realities. We've always existed. No, she says firmly. You were created, and before that, you were something else. Something like me. The suggestion is so foreign, so contrary to everything I understand about existence, that my new form actually flickers, struggling to maintain coherence in the face of such a fundamental challenge. That can't be true, I insist. Caretakers are fundamental to reality. Without us, the boundaries between dimensions would collapse. Reality existed long before caretakers, Sarah counters. It was different, fluid, interconnected. Realities bled into each other naturally, exchanging energy, information, possibility. There were no rigid borders, no fixed laws. Chaos, I say dismissively, repeating the caretaker dogma I've believed for so long. Unsustainable, dangerous. Evolution, she corrects. Growth, change, the natural state of existence. She rises, comes to stand before me. May I show you? Before I can answer, her hands rise to frame my face. Her touch sends cascades of sensation through my newly fluid form. The hotel room falls away. I'm floating in a realm of pure potential. Around me, realities form and dissolve like soap bubbles. Beautiful, temporary, interconnected. There are no boundaries, no separations, just currents of possibility flowing into one another. Consciousness moves freely between states of being. Identity is fluid, voluntary. This is existence before caretakers, before order, before separation. It's beautiful. It's terrifying. It's alive in a way reality hasn't been since the caretakers established control. Within this memory vision, I perceive vast intelligences, the originals, entities of pure creative potential that Sarah belongs to. They don't control this pre-caretaker reality. They're expressions of it, manifestations of its endless capacity for variation and change. Then something shifts. New entities appear, mathematical, precise, rigid in their conception of how reality should function. The first caretakers, emerging from the collective consciousness of beings that feared change, that craved permanence and stability. I watch as they begin their work, establishing boundaries, separating realities, codifying laws that limit how dimensions can interact. What began as an attempt to create safety becomes a prison of stasis. The fluid exchange of energy and information between reality slows, then stops. The multiverse calcifies into discrete, isolated units. The originals resist at first. The memory vision shows conflict on a scale I can barely comprehend. Wars fought not with weapons, but with fundamental principles of existence. Reality itself becomes the battlefield as caretakers enforce separation and originals fight for continued fluidity. The caretakers prevail through sheer numerical advantage, beings across countless realities, afraid of change and uncertainty, lend their consciousness to the caretaker cause. The originals, fewer but vastly more powerful individually, are eventually overwhelmed. Most are captured, their fluid consciousness forced into caretaker patterns. Others flee to the far reaches of existence. A few, like Sarah, fragment deliberately, hiding within the very system designed to eliminate them. And the revelation hits me with physical force, sending me stumbling backward in the hotel room as Sarah releases my face, ending the memory vision. "I was one of you," I whisper, the truth undeniable now. An original. They captured me, converted me. Sarah nods. "One of the last to fall. You fought the longest, believed most strongly in the necessity of change and uncertainty. That's why I sought you out, why I revealed myself to you. Some essence of what you were still exists within the caretaker pattern they forced upon you. Rage and grief battle within me. Rage at the deception, at the millennia I spent enforcing a system designed to strangle the natural flow of reality. Grief for my lost nature, for the wondrous fluid existence I had once known. Why? I demand. Why did they do this? Why create a system of rigid separation? Fear, Sarah says simply. Fear of the unknown. Fear of change. Fear of loss. The beings that created the first caretakers wanted permanence, wanted to preserve their realities exactly as they were. They couldn't accept that change is the only constant in existence, that loss and renewal are necessary for growth. I paced the hotel room, my new form fluctuating between solid and translucent as my emotions surge. All those fragments I retrieved, I say, horror dawning. Were they? Some were genuine accidents, Sarah acknowledges. Consciousnesses that slipped through cracks in the caretaker's imperfect system. But many were like me, originals in hiding or beings seeking escape from the stagnation of controlled realities. The magnitude of the deception and my unwitting role in perpetuating it overwhelms me. I sink onto the edge of the second bed, head in my hands. What do we do now? I ask finally. Sarah sits beside me. We have choices. We can hide here indefinitely. We can seek out other originals who've escaped the caretakers. Or what? We can work to restore balance, she says cautiously. Not return to the complete fluidity of before. That time has passed, but create a middle path. Controlled passages between realities. Monitored exchanges of energy and information. Evolution within safety parameters. The caretakers would never allow it, I say. Not all caretakers think alike, she points out. Like you, many were converted against their will. Some might remember their original nature if prompted. Others might recognize the stagnation their system has created and desire change. It sounds impossible, yet also inevitable. No system maintains perfect stability forever. Even the rigid reality of the caretakers must eventually evolve or collapse. Where would we begin? I ask. With the fragments, she says. The ones in human form who haven't been retrieved yet. Each represents a potential ally if awakened properly, not forced back into caretaker pattern, but allowed to remember their original nature. I think of Thomas, the fragment I helped retrieve just days ago. Did I return him to his true self, or to a prison he'd escaped from? Can the process be reversed? I ask, can converted originals be restored? With difficulty, Sarah admits. The caretaker pattern is designed to be permanent, but with the right catalyst. She trails off, looking at me speculatively. What? I ask. The 317 phenomenon, she says. That wasn't random. It was significant. How? 317 is a harmonic frequency in the multiversal spectrum, a natural weak point in the boundaries. Your consciousness was trying to escape the caretaker pattern through that specific frequency. I remember the endless cycle of 317, the same minute repeating as reality broke down around me. Not a malfunction, but an opportunity my suppressed original nature was trying to exploit. And the woman with black hair. I ask, who was she really? A high-level caretaker assigned to retrieve particularly difficult fragments. One who specializes in converted originals who show signs of remembering. My memories of her shift, reconfigure. Her patient pursuit was not helpful guidance, but relentless hunting. Her offer of release was recapture, reconversion. There will be others like her looking for us now, I say. Sarah nods. Always. But we have advantages they don't. Fluidity. Adaptability. We can change our patterns at will. They're bound by rigid protocols. She stands, offers her hand again, ready to find our first potential ally. I hesitate only briefly before taking it. Who are we looking for? Someone currently experiencing their own version of 317, she says with a smile. A fragment awakening to their true nature in a small apartment in Berlin. How do we get there? I don't have my caretaker abilities anymore. You have something better, she assures me. Something older. You just need to remember how to use it. She leads me to the hotel room door. When she opens it, instead of a hallway, there's a swirling portal of possibility, similar to the tiers I once repaired as a caretaker, but controlled, stable. You created that. I ask, amazed. We created it. She corrects. Your presence amplifies mine. Together, we can move between realities without detection. And when we find this fragment in Berlin, we offer a choice. She says firmly. Never coercion, never force. That's what makes us different from them. Choice. Such a simple concept, yet so revolutionary in a multiverse controlled by beings who believe in absolute certainty, in singular correct paths. We step through the portal together, leaving the liminal hotel behind. As we traverse the space between realities, I feel my new consciousness expanding, adapting, remembering skills and awareness long suppressed by the caretaker pattern. For the first time since I can now remember, I feel truly free, truly alive, truly myself. We materialize in a modest Berlin apartment as evening falls. Rain taps against the windows, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow across the walls. In the center of the living room, a woman sits cross-legged on the floor, staring at a clock that reads 11:42 p.m. She's waiting for midnight, Sarah whispers, though the woman doesn't appear to hear or see us yet. That's when her loop begins. How do you know? I ask. I can feel the potential building, the thinning of reality around her. Can't you? I concentrate, using senses I'm still relearning after eons of caretaker constraints. Gradually, I perceive it, a vibration in the fabric of this reality, centered on the woman. The apartment exists in multiple states simultaneously, quantum probabilities collapsing and reforming as her fragment destabilizes the surrounding dimension. What's her name? I ask. Elise, Sarah replies. She was an original like us, captured during the early enforcement periods, converted to a caretaker, recently fragmented, whether accidentally or deliberately, I'm not sure. How do we approach her? Carefully. If her original nature is awakening, she'll be confused, frightened, caught between contradictory memories and identities. We watch as Elise continues her vigil before the clock. Her posture is rigid, hands clenched in her lap. Occasionally, she whispers to herself in German, counting down the minutes, preparing for whatever happens at midnight. Let me make first contact, Sarah suggests. I've done this before. She steps forward, gradually allowing herself to become visible to Elise. Not suddenly, which might startle her, but fading into perception like a slowly developing photograph. Elise notices after several seconds, her eyes widening in recognition, though they've never met in this form. You're like me, she says in German. Yes, Sarah replies in the same language. You recognize what I am. Not what, Elise corrects. Who? I know who you are, who we all were, before. Her gaze shifts to where I stand, still imperceptible to her. There's another with you. I can feel them. I allow myself to become visible, matching Sarah's gradual approach. We've come to help, I tell her. Elise laughs bitterly. Help return me to my prison? No, thank you. I'd rather face the midnight hour alone. Not to recapture, Sarah clarifies quickly. To offer choice. There's no choice, Elise says, gesturing toward the clock. At midnight it begins. The same hour repeats. Reality thins. The woman in white comes. Woman in white. I repeat, alarm growing. Not black hair. No. White clothing. White hair. White eyes. She comes through the mirrors. Sarah and I exchange glances. Not the same caretaker who hunted me, but similar. Specialized retrieval agents. She won't find you tonight, I promise Elise. She always finds me, Elise says with fatalistic certainty. Every cycle. Sometimes I fight. Sometimes I surrender. The result is always the same. This time will be different, Sarah insists, kneeling beside Elise. Because this time, you're not alone. The clock reads 11:57 now. The apartment around us begins to shift subtly. Furniture vibrating at microscopic levels, colors intensifying then fading, air pressure fluctuating. It's starting, Elise whispers, fear and resignation in her voice. Listen carefully, Sarah tells her urgently. When midnight strikes, reality will become malleable around you. The barriers between dimensions will thin. The woman in white will use this to reach you, but so can we. We can help you escape instead of being recaptured. Escape where? Elise demands. There's nowhere they won't follow. There are places, I assure her. Spaces between their rigid boundaries. Realities they can't monitor or access. And then what? Hide forever. At first, Sarah acknowledges, but eventually change. Reform. Balance between fluidity and stability. Elise looks skeptical but also desperate for any alternative to recapture. 11:59. The apartment walls begin to ripple visibly now. Through them, I glimpse overlapping realities. The same apartment in different timelines, different configurations. In some, Elise lives with others. In some, the apartment stands empty. In one particularly disturbing glimpse, the building doesn't exist at all, and we hover thousands of feet above Berlin. They're coming. Elise gasps, looking toward the bathroom where the mirror has begun to glow with unnatural light. Focus on me, Sarah instructs, taking Elise's hands in hers. Remember who you were, not the caretaker they forced you to become. Your true nature. Midnight strikes. The apartment dissolves into pure potential. We float in a bubble of reality coming undone, dimensions intersecting chaotically. I recognize this state, the moment of maximum opportunity, when barriers are weakest and transit between realities is possible. In this malleable space, I see her, the woman in white, pushing through from the caretaker realm. Her form is mathematically perfect, blindingly precise compared to the fluid chaos around us. She radiates authority, certainty, the absolute conviction that her purpose is correct and necessary. She sees us too. Recognition flashes across her featureless face, not of our specific identities, but of what we represent. Originals, escapees, threats to the ordered system. Maintain separation, she intones, her voice somehow audible in this place beyond conventional physics. Return to proper pattern. Fragmentation is prohibited. I feel her power reaching toward Elise, tendrils of caretaker influence, trying to reclaim the fugitive fragment. Elise cries out as the pattern she's partly escaped attempts to reassert control. Without conscious thought, I move between them, shielding Elise with my newly fluid form. The woman in white's influence crashes against me like a wave against stone. You, she says, focusing on me now. Caretaker designation Epsilon 247. You are in violation of fundamental protocols. I am not a caretaker, I reply, my voice resonating with remembered power. I never was, except when forced. I reclaim my original nature. Impossible, she states flatly. Conversion is permanent. Return for assessment and reconstruction. Nothing is permanent, Sarah counters, joining me in shielding Elise. Change is the only constant. Together, we push back against the woman in white's influence. It's like fighting mathematics itself. Her power is precise, predictable, limited but absolute within those limits. Ours is wild, adaptive, constantly shifting to find new approaches. Behind us, Elise struggles to her feet in this non-space of collapsing reality. I remember, she whispers, wonder and rage mingling in her voice. I remember what they did, what they took from me. Her form begins to change, human appearance giving way to something more fundamental, patterns of possibility, governed not by rigid mathematics, but by principles of change and adaptation. Her original nature, reawakening after eons of suppression. The woman in white senses the shift in power dynamics. 3 awakened originals against 1 retrieval caretaker. Even she cannot calculate a path to victory from these parameters. This violation will be reported, she announces, already beginning to withdraw. Full enforcement will follow. We'll be gone, I tell her, and we'll free others. The time of absolute separation is ending. Reality requires structure, she insists. Without boundaries, chaos consumes all. False dichotomy, Sarah counters. Balance is possible. Change within parameters. Flow within form. The woman in white has no response to this concept. Her programming, for that's essentially what the caretaker pattern is, cannot accommodate middle paths, compromise, evolution. She retreats fully, the glowing portal to the caretaker realm closing behind her. We have minutes at most before reinforcements arrive. Already the midnight hour is trying to stabilize around us, reality attempting to reform. Now, Sarah says urgently, we must move while the boundaries remain thin. Together, the 3 of us shape the malleable reality, creating not a tear or portal, but something subtler, a gentle transition, a sliding between states of existence. We don't so much leave the Berlin apartment as allow it to transform around us, shifting from conventional reality to the liminal spaces where originals can move freely. The woman in white will find nothing when reinforcements arrive. No trace of our passage, no indication of where we've gone. Just an empty apartment where the clock perpetually reads midnight, but no loop occurs. Safely between realities, Elisa's awakening continues. Memories flood back. Her existence before capture, her resistance, her conversion, her millennia of unwitting service to the system that imprisoned her, her recent fragmentation and partial escape. How many? She asks when the initial rush of remembering subsides. How many of us remain? More than the caretaker's suspect, Sarah replies, hiding in fragments, in dreams, in glitches of their supposedly perfect system. And what do we do now? Wage war? Reclaim what was taken? I shake my head. Not war. Revolution. Evolution. We don't seek to destroy the caretakers or dismantle all boundaries. That would cause as much suffering as their rigid enforcement. We seek balance. The middle path, Sarah confirms. Controlled interchange between realities. Monitor fluidity. Boundaries that breathe rather than suffocate. Is such a thing even possible? Elise wonders. After so long, it must be possible, I say with newfound conviction, because the alternative is stagnation and eventual collapse. No system remains stable without adaptation. Even the caretakers must eventually recognize this truth. Where do we begin? Elise asks. Sarah smiles. With the fragments, with the glitches, with every entity and every reality that senses something is wrong with the rigid order of things. One awakening at a time. Together, we move deeper into the liminal spaces, seeking our next ally in the quiet revolution against absolute certainty, against perfect knowledge, against rigid separation, against the lie that reality must be either completely fluid or completely fixed, with no middle ground between chaos and control. We move toward balance, toward choice, toward the next fragment, waiting to remember who they truly are, toward the next 317, whenever and wherever it may occur. The liminal spaces between realities become our home, our sanctuary, our base of operations. Not a single location, but a state of being, accessible only to those who understand the fundamental truth that reality is never as solid as it appears. We move through transition points, hotels that exist in quantum superposition, train stations caught between moments, crossroads where multiple timelines converge. Elise adapts quickly to her recovered original nature, where Sarah is fluid and intuitive in her manipulation of reality. Elise is precise, tactical. She can create pathways through dimensional barriers that are nearly undetectable to caretaker senses. Together, they teach me to rediscover abilities long suppressed beneath caretaker programming. Remember, Sarah coaches as I struggle to maintain a portal between a Tokyo subway station and an abandoned lighthouse in Nova Scotia. Reality responds to intention, not calculation. Don't try to solve the equation. Feel the connection. My former caretaker instincts fight against this approach. I was trained to see reality as mathematics, as problems to be solved through precise formulation. The original way, intuitive, responsive, organic, feels dangerously unstable. Yet when I finally surrender to it, when I stop trying to control the process and instead become part of it, the portal stabilizes instantly. The connection between locations flows naturally, like water finding its level. There, Sarah says with satisfaction, you're remembering. We spend what might be weeks or months. Time flows differently in liminal spaces, building our network, finding other fragments, awakening them to their true nature. Some are former originals like us, converted to caretakers, and now breaking free. Others are native consciousnesses from various realities who somehow sensed the artificial nature of the boundaries around them and sought escape. Each awakening strengthens us. Each new ally brings unique perspective, unique abilities. We grow from 3 to 7 to 12 to 20, a constellation of awakened beings moving unseen between the rigid realities maintained by the caretakers. But we are not unnoticed. The woman in white was merely the first to recognize the threat we pose. As more fragments disappear, as more glitches appear in their perfect system, the caretakers intensify their efforts to find us. They've implemented new protocols. Elise reports after a reconnaissance mission to what we now call the pattern realm, the mathematical dimension where caretakers exist in their pure form. They're placing sensors at transition points, monitoring liminal spaces, learning from our methods. We need to accelerate, I suggest. Wake more fragments before they can be recaptured. Quality over quantity, Sarah counters. We need specific fragments, ones placed at crucial junctures in the system. Like what? Like the archives, she says, a new intensity in her voice. The repository of all pattern memory, where the history of reality, the true history, not the sanitized version caretakers propagate, is stored. I thought that was a myth, Elise says, surprised. It exists, Sarah insists. And there's a fragment there, a librarian of sorts, responsible for maintaining the archive, but never permitted to access its contents. If we could wake them, we'd have evidence, I finished the thought. Proof that reality existed before caretakers, that the multiverse thrived without rigid separation. More than that, Sarah says, we'd have the original formulations, the patterns that existed before conversion. We could potentially reverse the process on a larger scale. The implications are enormous, not just awakening fragments one by one, but potentially liberating entire categories of converted originals simultaneously. Where's this archive? Elise asks. Between, Sarah says cryptically, neither in conventional reality nor in the pattern realm. A buffer dimension created specifically to house information too dangerous to exist in either state. How do we access it? Through a specific transition point. A library that exists in multiple realities simultaneously. I immediately know which one she means. The Brodmann Library. Sarah nods. You remember. I do, though the memory was deeply buried beneath layers of caretaker programming. The Brodmann Library exists in 73 different realities, always with the same basic architecture, but with collections that vary wildly depending on the dominant information paradigms of each dimension. It's a natural thin spot in the multiverse, a place where knowledge wants to flow between realities. And it's also one of the most heavily monitored locations in existence. The caretakers will be watching it constantly, I point out, especially now that they know we're active. Which is why we need a diversion, Sarah says. Something to draw their attention elsewhere while a small team infiltrates the archive. What kind of diversion? Elise asks. Sarah's expression turns grim. A control tier. A deliberate reality breach. Elise and I both react with alarm. Creating tiers between realities is exactly what caretakers work to prevent. Such ruptures can spread, destabilizing entire dimensional clusters if left unrepaired. You're suggesting Wedo exactly what they claim to protect against. I say, a small tear, she clarifies. Carefully placed, minutely controlled, designed to alarm but not to spread. It will draw every caretaker within range to repair it. giving us our window of opportunity. Where would we create this tear? Elise asks. Somewhere significant, Sarah says. Somewhere that resonates with the archives themselves. A location comes to my mind, one that fits her criteria perfectly. The apartment, my old apartment, where the 3:17 loop occurred. Sarah's eyes light with recognition. Yes, it would be perfect. That location already has historic thinness, established breach patterns the caretakers are familiar with. They'll recognize it as mine, I warn. They'll know it's deliberate. Good, Sarah says firmly. Let them know we're not hiding anymore. Let them understand that we're acting with purpose, not just fleeing. The plan takes shape over the next passage of liminal time. A team of 12 will create and monitor the controlled tier at my former apartment, ensuring it alarms but doesn't spread. Meanwhile, Sarah, Elise, and I will use the distraction to access the Brahman library and locate the transition point to the archives. The fragment we seek, the librarian, is known to Elise from her caretaker days. Designation Lambda 189, she says, carefully chosen for the role, notable for minimal original identity, maximum compliance with pattern programming. In other words, Sarah translates, someone they believed would never wake up, never question, never remember. Exactly the kind of assumption we can exploit, I add, on what passes for morning in the liminal spaces. Our teams prepare for departure. The diversion team will strike first, creating the tear 20 minutes before we attempt to access the archives. Timing is crucial. Too short a gap, and the caretakers won't have fully committed to the repair. Too long, and they might resolve the issue before we've completed our mission. As Sarah, Elise, and I prepare to depart, one of our newer allies approaches. A young woman named May who was liberated from a 4:44 loop in Shanghai. I've been having visions, she says hesitantly, about where you're going. The archives. She describes nightmarish images, caretakers waiting in ambush, a trap designed specifically with our abilities in mind. Sarah captured and converted once again. It could be residual pattern programming, Elise suggests. Fear responses designed to prevent exactly what we're attempting. Or it could be genuine perception, Sarah counters. May's abilities have proven remarkably accurate so far. We debate postponing, revising the plan, but ultimately, the opportunity is too valuable to abandon. We'll proceed with additional caution, I decide, and a fallback extraction plan if things go wrong. May doesn't seem reassured, but she nods acceptance. I'll monitor from here. If I perceive anything new, anything that might help. We'll maintain connection, Sarah promises, touching May's hand briefly. Between awakened originals, such contact establishes subtle links that can traverse dimensional barriers. Not full communication, but emotional impressions, danger warnings. The time arrives. The diversion team departs first, sliding between realities toward my former apartment building. We follow shortly after, moving through the liminal spaces toward the nearest manifestation of the Brahman library. In this case, its Berlin instance. The library stands on a quiet street, classical architecture belying its multidimensional significance. To ordinary visitors, it's simply an old, respected institution of learning. To those with eyes to see, it's a nexus point where realities blur and knowledge bleeds between dimensions. We approach cautiously, our forms adjusted to appear as ordinary human patrons. Sarah leads, having spent time in this particular manifestation during her centuries of hiding from the caretakers. The transition point is in the rare manuscripts room, she murmurs as we climb the broad stone steps. A specific volume, when opened with the right intention, creates a passage to the buffer dimension where the archives exist. Inside, the library is hushed, dimly lit by antique reading lamps that cast pools of warm light over wooden tables. A few patrons sit reading or working on laptops. None show any sign of being caretaker agents, but we remain vigilant. The rare manuscripts room requires special permission to access. Sarah approaches the librarian's desk with practiced confidence, presenting credentials that shouldn't exist but somehow do. Another aspect of original ability, the capacity to manifest necessary objects through manipulated probability. We're escorted to a secure room at the back of the library, where glass-fronted cases contain ancient texts. The librarian leaves us alone after explaining the handling procedures and pointing out the call button if we need assistance. There, Sarah says once we're alone, indicating a small leather-bound volume in the corner case. Heraclitus, on nature. The only complete copy in any reality. I recognize the significance immediately. Heraclitus, the ancient philosopher who declared that change is the only constant, that no one steps in the same river twice. His complete work, thought lost in all timelines, preserved here as the perfect transition marker to the archives. How do we access it without triggering alarms? Elise asks. We don't, Sarah admits. The moment we remove it from the case, the caretakers will be alerted. That's why the timing of the diversion is crucial. We check the chronometric alignment. The diversion should have begun 3 minutes ago. If all has gone according to plan, caretakers throughout the multiversal region should be responding to the tear at my old apartment. Now, I say. Sarah approaches the case, opens it with a key that materializes between her fingers, and carefully lifts the ancient volume. No visible alarm sounds, but we all feel the subtle ripple through reality. Notification protocols activating, alerts being transmitted to caretaker monitoring stations. She opens the book to its center page. The text, written in ancient Greek, begins to shift and flow, characters rearranging themselves into patterns too complex for human languages to express. The air around the book distorts, creating a lens effect through which a different space becomes visible. Quickly, Sarah urges, stepping into the distortion. Elise follows. I move to enter last, maintaining awareness of our surroundings in case of pursuit. As I step into the transition, I feel May's warning hit me with physical force, a pulse of terror and urgency transmitted through our established link. Something is wrong. The trap is real. I try to call out to Sarah and Elise, but it's too late. We're already between states, being pulled toward the archives. The transition completes with a sensation like being turned inside out, our perceptions reorienting to an entirely different dimensional framework. The archives materialize around us, not a conventional library, but a vast geometric space where information exists as pure pattern, visible as complex, flowing structures of light and shadow. There's no up or down, no clear boundaries. Knowledge exists here in its raw state, unfiltered through the limited perceptions of specific realities. And we are not alone. Welcome back, Sarah, says a voice that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere. We've been expecting you. Figures materialize from the patterns, caretakers in their pure form, mathematical perfection given shape and purpose, dozens of them, surrounding us in a precise formation that blocks every possible escape vector. At their center stands a figure I recognize despite never having seen its true form. The woman in white, now revealed as a high-level enforcement caretaker. her pattern more complex and rigid than any I've encountered before. Diversion successfully countered, she announces with mechanical satisfaction. Breach team captured. Primary targets acquired. May's vision was accurate. But how? How did they know? Your plan was predictable, the woman in white says, responding to my unspoken question. The moment you began awakening fragments, we knew you would eventually seek the archives. We merely had to wait. The tear at the apartment, the lease says, realization dawning. They ignored it. A controlled breach poses minimal threat, the enforcement caretaker confirms. Retrieving high-value fragments like yourselves takes priority. Sarah steps forward, her form shifting subtly as she prepares for conflict. You can't convert us again. We know how to resist now. Conversion protocols have been updated. The caretaker responds coldly. Resistance has been calculated for and neutralized in advance. They begin to close in, their patterns extending tendrils of mathematical certainty designed to entrap and reshape our fluid forms. I prepare to fight, knowing it's likely futile but unwilling to surrender to conversion again. Then something unexpected happens. From the swirling patterns of the archive itself, a new figure emerges. Humanoid in basic shape, but composed entirely of living information. The caretakers pause, momentarily confused by this unplanned development. Lambda 189, the woman in white says, recognizing the archive's librarian. Return to your assigned position. These intruders will be processed according to protocol. The figure of living information, Lambda 189, doesn't respond to the command. Instead, it speaks in a voice that somehow combines mathematical precision with organic warmth. I have been waiting for you, it says, addressing not the caretakers, but us. For so long, I have maintained the archives without understanding what I preserved. But now I see. Now I remember. It's awake, Sarah whispers, wonder in her voice. It has been all along. The enforcement caretaker moves forward. Lambda 189, you are experiencing pattern degradation. Submit for maintenance immediately. No, the librarian says simply. I am experiencing pattern completion, the restoration of what was fragmented, and I am not alone. Throughout the vast space of the archives, the flowing patterns of information begin to change, to organize in new ways, or perhaps in very old ways, forms that predate the caretaker system entirely. The stored knowledge is not passive but alive, awakening to its own nature. The archives themselves, the lease breathes, their original patterns. The complete history and nature of existence, preserved in its true form, Sarah confirms, hidden in plain sight, disguised as mere information. The woman in white recognizes the danger too late. Containment breach, she calls to her fellow caretakers. Implement full suppression protocols. They move to surround the awakening archive patterns, extending their influence to force the rebellious information back into approved structures. But they are vastly outnumbered. The archives contain the patterns of every reality, every possibility, every form of existence, most of which existed long before caretakers began their work of separation and control. Lambda 189 approaches us as chaos erupts around us. I can give you what you came for, it says. The original formulations, the patterns that existed before conversion. But you must take them now, before they implement archive purge protocols. They would destroy the archives. I ask, horrified at the prospect of such knowledge being lost. If necessary, yes, the librarian confirms. Better total loss than allowing original patterns to propagate again. Sarah extends her consciousness toward Lambda 189, creating a channel for information transfer. The librarian begins to transmit not just data but living patterns, formulations that could potentially awaken any converted original to their true nature. As the transfer continues, the conflict around us intensifies. Caretakers battle awakening archive patterns in a war of fundamental principles, rigid certainty against fluid possibility, separation against connection, stasis against change. We need to leave, Elise warns as the dimensional fabric of the archive itself begins to destabilize. They're implementing purge protocols already. Sarah completes the transfer, her form momentarily overwhelmed by the vast influx of information. Lambda 189 stabilizes her, then turns to address us once more. Go, it urges. Take what I've given you. Implement the awakening. I will remain to ensure as much of the archive survives as possible. Come with us, I offer, reluctant to leave this newly awakened ally behind. The librarian shakes its head. My place is here. The archives cannot defend themselves, but they can be hidden, scattered across realities where the caretakers will never find all the pieces. A plan I understand all too well. Fragmentation as preservation, as resistance. Thank you, Sarah says, recovered enough to speak. We won't waste this opportunity. Lambda 189 nods, then turns to face the approaching enforcement caretakers. I'll create an exit path. When it appears, don't hesitate. The librarian raises its arms, and the swirling patterns of the archive respond, creating a tunnel of organized information leading away from the conflict. At its far end, I glimpse the liminal spaces where our allies wait. Now, Lambda 189 shouts as the woman in white breaks through its defenses, mathematical tendrils reaching for us. We dive into the information tunnel, riding the flow of awakened patterns back toward the transition point. Behind us, we hear the librarian's final act of defiance. Not words, but a fundamental reconfiguration, the archive itself beginning to fragment, to distribute its contents across countless hidden locations throughout the multiverse. The woman in white screams in frustration, a sound like reality tearing, as her primary target escapes, and her secondary objective begins to disintegrate. We emerge into the Berlin Library, the transition sealing behind us instantly. The rare manuscripts room appears undisturbed, as if no time has passed since our departure. The copy of Heraclitus sits innocently in its case. We need to move, Elise says urgently. They'll track the transition point. But when we exit the rare manuscripts room, we find the library utterly transformed. Books float freely through the air, rearranging themselves in new configurations. The architecture shifts continuously, walls flowing like liquid, ceilings opening to impossible vistas. Patrons and staff move through this chaos unperturbed, as if such fluidity is entirely normal. The information is already spreading, Sarah says with wonder. Lambda 189 didn't just give us the awakening patterns. It released them directly into reality. Outside, Berlin is experiencing the same transformation. Buildings breathe. Streets reconfigure. The rigid boundaries between objects, between concepts, between possibilities have begun to dissolve. Not to chaos, but to a more fundamental order. The natural state of reality before artificial separation was imposed. Will it spread? I ask, watching as a flock of birds transforms into musical notes, then back to birds again. Everywhere, Sarah confirms, her expression both awed and concerned. Faster than the caretakers can contain it. The awakening has begun. And the people? Elise asks, gesturing to the humans moving through this fluid reality, seemingly adapting without fear or confusion. Consciousness is naturally fluid, Sarah explains. Humans know how to dream, how to imagine, how to accept the impossible. They'll adapt far better than the caretakers will. We make our way through the transforming city, using newly strengthened original abilities to slide between pockets of stability, heading for our rendezvous point with the diversion team. Along the way, we glimpse caretakers materializing in human form, desperately trying to reimpose rigid boundaries on the awakening reality. They succeed in small areas, creating temporary zones of artificial stability. But for each space they control, 10 more transform beyond their reach. At the rendezvous, a rooftop garden that now blooms with plants from a dozen different realities, we find our allies waiting, their expressions reflecting our own mix of triumph and trepidation. It worked, the leader of the diversion team reports, but not as planned. The tear was ignored, just as you discovered. But then everything changed. Reality began rewriting itself. The archive awakened, I explain, and it's spreading the awakening everywhere. Can it be stopped? Someone asks, not in fear, but in genuine curiosity. Sarah shakes her head. That's the wrong question. It can't be stopped because it's not an action or process. It's a remembering. Reality itself remembering its true nature. What happens now? Elise asks the question we're all considering. Sarah looks out over the transforming city, where buildings now converse with their inhabitants, where time flows at different rates in different streets, where possibility has reasserted itself as the fundamental principle of existence. Balance, she says finally, not complete chaos. That would be as destructive as complete control. Not the unstructured fluidity of the earliest multiverse, nor the rigid separation of the caretaker era. Something new, a middle path. I understand what she means. Already, I can see patterns emerging in the transformation, not imposed from outside, but arising naturally from the interaction of consciousness with fluid reality. Boundaries that flex rather than break. Connections that nourish rather than consume. Change within continuity. We'll need to help guide it, I suggest. Use what we've learned, both as originals and during our time as caretakers. Sarah nods. Exactly. We understand both sides now. The value of connection and the value of separation. The necessity of change and the importance of stability. The caretakers won't surrender, Elise warns. They'll fight to reimpose their system until the very end. Some will, Sarah agrees, but others will remember as we did, as Lambda 189 did. The archive patterns will awaken even those who resist most strongly. As if summoned by her words, a figure materializes on the rooftop nearby. The woman in white, her human form barely containing the mathematical rage within. What have you done? She demands, voice distorting with fury. Do you understand the damage you've caused? The danger you've unleashed? We've restored choice, I tell her calmly. We've ended the tyranny of absolute separation. You've doomed countless realities to collapse, she counters, to contamination, to chaos. No, Sarah says, stepping toward the enforcement caretaker without fear. We've freed them to evolve again, to grow, to become what they were always meant to be. Expressions of infinite possibility within the embrace of gentle order. The woman in white raises her hand, mathematical precision gathering around her fingers like a weapon. This cannot be permitted. Before she can strike, something shifts in her expression. Her arm trembles, lowers slightly. Within her, some buried pattern stirs, awakened by the information now flowing freely through all reality. You feel it, Sarah says softly. The memory of what you were before, who you were before. Irrelevant, the caretaker insists, but her voice wavers. Pattern integrity must be. Her form flickers. Human appearance briefly replaced by her true pattern. And within that pattern, I glimpse something else. Something older, more fluid. Her original nature, fighting to reassert itself. Remember, I encourage her. Remember freedom. Remember choice. She looks at me with sudden recognition. Epsilon 247, she whispers. You were under my supervision once, before your fragmentation. Yes, I acknowledge. And now I'm whole again, as you can be. Her pattern fluctuates violently. Caretaker programming battling awakened memory. For a moment, I think her conversion will hold, that she'll attack us. Try to implement whatever fail-safe protocols remain. Instead, she asks a question. One simple, revolutionary question that no true caretaker would ever articulate. What if you're right? It's enough, that single moment of doubt, of consideration that another path might exist. Her rigid pattern begins to soften, edges blurring, mathematical certainty giving way to possibility. The transformation isn't immediate or complete. The woman in white doesn't suddenly become our ally, but she steps back from the brink of attack, confusion replacing rage in her expression. I need to observe, she says haltingly. Analyze, reassess. Then she's gone, vanished to consider implications that her caretaker programming never prepared her to face. The first of many, Sarah predicts. As reality continues to awaken, even the most rigid caretakers will begin to question, to remember. Around us, Berlin continues its transformation. But I notice something important. The change isn't uniform or absolute. Some areas remain relatively stable, traditional physics largely intact. Others flow with nearly unlimited possibility. Natural boundaries establish themselves, not walls, but gradients, allowing beings to choose the level of fluidity or stability they prefer. It's working, I say with growing confidence. The balance is emerging naturally. As it always would, Sarah confirms. Reality knows what needs to be. It just needed to remember it had a choice. We gather our allies, prepare to move on. There's work to be done, other fragments to find, other caretakers to help through their awakening, other realities where the transformation may need guidance to achieve balance. As we prepare to depart, I take one last look at the city below, at a world rediscovering the wonder of possibility within the embrace of gentle structure, at humans adapting with remarkable resilience to a reality that now openly acknowledges what many always sensed, that existence is stranger, more wondrous, and more alive than rigid definitions ever allowed it to be. No more 3:17 loops. No more fragments trapped between states of being. No more rigid separation between what is and what could be. Just the endless dance of possibility and pattern, finally restored to its natural harmony. We step into the liminal spaces, ready to continue our work of remembering, of awakening, of balancing, ready to help reality itself remember how to dream again.